What's going on, everybody? It's Nathan with Dimension 119, and we're not back at it again with more Curse of Strahd. We have had our Curse of Strahd DM Derek decide he needs to go play some bingo, I believe is what he said, with a bunch of old people. So we're going to play some Adventures in Middle Earth. Kevin's going to run us through the Lesser Rings Prologue, Truths of the Past. As per usual, I'm going to post a few links in the chat while everyone. Already gone haywire. I'll fix that in a minute. While everyone does what they need to do, and Kevin does any kind of introductions, and I'll try to fix our cams, and we'll get this party started. Luckily, once he came back in, it didn't it just put everything back together since he was the only one that went out. Hang on just a second. They're saying that you guys are still muted. I think my OBS is acting up. Hang on.
All the content.
I thought you said wussy banter, and I was like, excuse you.
All right, y'all should be able to hear them now.
Hello all, can you hear us? That's now the key thing, because this isn't going to be much of a story without being able to hear us.
Derek?
But pretty funny if no one told us throughout the stream.
Derek, I will kick you out of the chat. Put all this together in 2.5 hours.
I think your niece is saying that's better.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so I was just saying that I've been playing in a Adventures in Middle Earth game every other week. So when I've not been playing with these guys, this is where I'm at. I've wanted to run something for a while. I mean, the Rings. Who hasn't seen the Lord of the Rings? Ray.
I've seen it.
2/3
I was
of it.
there with you.
Two-thirds of it so far. And with Derek kindly going to play bingo this week, it gave us an opportunity to give it a test try, introduce these guys to the rules, the characters, the classes, and all those type of things, before getting into a campaign after Strahd. So let us begin. The year is 60 years or so before the Lord of the Rings film, and books take place. The year is 2953 of the Third Age. Sauron has declared himself openly to the world. Rumors up and down Middle Earth of Mount Doom erupting, war with Gondor beginning. The shadow is spreading its tentacles across Middle Earth, across the west. However, Eriador and Arnor in the northwest has been quiet. It's far from the lands of Mordor. However, there is always orcs, wargs, and other evils that trouble the world. In Rivendell, the elves have their sanctuary. Some of them travel out to still see the world before eventually passing west across the sea to the Undying Lands. The age of men is fast approaching, if only the shadow can be defeated. We join one such elf on our journey, Aurelian is troubled, for his sister has been long away. Many times, many seasons, she travels to lands now lost to the elven peoples, to Eregion in the south, a land that was once a capital of elven culture before, as most things, are destroyed by the shadow. His sister's been gone too long, however. Worried for her safety, he himself has left the safety and shelter of Rivendell in Meladris. He cannot travel alone, for the lands are still dangerous and wild and untamed, especially the west of the Misty Mountains, where few now dwell and few now travel. Ray, why don't you give us a little description of Aurelian as he is travelling along the east-west road towards the lands of men.
Aurelian is.
Towards the settlement of Bree, although you're not quite there yet. I'll hand it over to you, Ray.
Aurelian looks as most elves do. He is eternally youthful. There's not a hint of any sort of age, despite his multitude of years. He's incredibly attractive, with beautiful white skin, long raven hair, but a little bit of mischief in his gray eyes. He's always looking for something to spice up his eternal life. Kevin, you're muted.
How is Aurelian faring on this travel? It's a long way from Rivendell to where the homes of men are, where you might get to find the guide that you're seeking.
As he started this trip, he was extremely gung-ho about everything that was going on. He's studied for his multitude of years about every subject you could think of, but as the road goes longer, he realizes that study isn't necessarily the same as application, and he begins to grow weary and tired as he grows closer to his destination.
The road goes ever on and on, they say. Or you've heard it said. The elves don't necessarily say it. You travel the road, it's getting dark. In the distance you see a building. A solitary building. Probably foreign to you. Looks nothing like elven make. This must be what the mannish homes look like. It's a large building just off to the road, set up upon a rise to the right. There are lights coming from the windows as just in time for rain clouds overhead finally burst and the pitter-patter of a heavy downpour begins. How's Aurelian been travelling this time?
Are you okay with him having a horse?
I'm happy with him having a horse.
Okay, he's been traveling on a very beautiful horse this entire way. And yes, that does make the journey a little bit easier considering he's not walking. But you have to remember that he's never been out of Rivendell except for on trips with his sister, maybe every century or so. And so he's not used to any sort of like the chafing of the saddle, how long, how hot it is.
The horse, your only companion on this journey. You're probably used in Riverdale to having a multitude of voices around you. Song being sung in the halls, tales being told, even sitting down in the library of Elrond. studying whatever it is you wish to study, there may be debate and knowledge to be gained, but all you've had to talk to is your horse. And now the clouds have burst, and you speed along the road to finally find the man that you're looking for, the only man you've probably ever met. Inside the building, it is there is a great hearth, a fire being kept. It's quiet, it's somber, it's not too busy. The people in here are rough folk. This is not Bree. This is the Forsaken Inn, a day or so to the east of Bree. It is set alone, but it is frequented by hunters, poachers, trackers, trappers, as well as those strange folk, the rangers, those tall men who wander around out in the wilds doing who knows what. Some say they're brigands. Some, funnily enough, say that they're the last remnant of the king's men. How silly they must be, thinking such strange things. But it's a welcome refuge for such and any other travelling parties that wish to travel east-west. In a corner, sitting with a companion, is a tall, broad man. Nathan, why don't you? Sorry, this is going to be the confusing part, isn't it? We'll go Nathan Prime, right? Why don't you describe your character and what you are maybe thinking about and talking about as you sit in a quiet, dark corner of this tavern?
So you would see a large, brutish man. Probably just got like dirt on his face. I mean, his fingernails are just terribly just from gripping into the mud and gathering sticks when in our travels to make camp and such. He's just like this I don't want to say fearsome, but just what looks like just a giant stocky man, sitting there with his companion. He's probably drinking an ale and just trying to relax as much as he can, but anyone who would be kind of insightful enough would get the idea that to a certain extent he's always kind of on alert. He keeps an eye on the people moving around, and we're in a tavern, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's keeping an eye on kind of where people are and how people are acting around him, but he's still putting on, I guess, a bit of a facade that he's kind of in relaxed mode. But he would be talking to his companion, probably about, probably trying to just slip in some casual wisdom. Maybe it's combat wisdom. Maybe it's kind of navigating the world with different races of people. I'm sure he's fairly well traveled, so he would kind of know some little nuances. That's probably about it. Yeah. I'm trying to keep a conversation going though.
And as the camera, as such, as the angle shifts around Nathan's character, we see under the hood of his companion a younger man. OG Nathan, would you like to describe your character?
Estelle is relatively nondescript, but in a way that, if looked too close, you'd probably notice that it's kind of almost intended that way. It's not that he doesn't stand out he's good at not standing out, if that makes sense. He's got a pipe in his mouth.
You got one?
I got a pencil.
Oh, never mind. It looked like a pipe.
I'll have a pipe eventually, but I got a pencil for now. And he's just puffing on his pipe and listening to what his companions kind of imparting. He's regularly quiet when his companion's talking. He's regularly trying to absorb any information that he can. Estelle's not. He's not an old man. He's in his early 20s, so but he is very experienced. He's already seen a lot, knows a lot. He's been well trained, but he's constantly listening and gathering more information and learning as much as he can. And he's observing what's going on in the tavern and the inn, just kind of watching faces as he's been trained and instructed to do.
Yeah, you during your time sitting in the tavern, you can hear all sorts of muffled and whispered conversations kept between companions or groups that are in. Maybe you've been here maybe 2-3 days now before heading back out into the wilderness. And you've picked up maybe a few rumours of troubling news from south. The dark shadow revealing itself once more. War in Gondor. The volcano erupting again. Troublesome news indeed, especially for the two of you who probably know what that means more than anyone else in these lands, certainly in this inn. You hear rumours of a group of dwarves over in one corner. They've tried to be as secretive as possible, but their conversation became heated at times, as well as you can hear the stubbornness in some of their voices. Kai, why don't you describe your character and maybe some of the conversation that they might have picked up upon?
Well, I am playing Villy, a dwarf. He has a nice ginger beard that is nice and what's it called? Got what it's called. But yeah, it just looks nice. It's kept tidy all the time. Wears a hood most of the time, so people don't see his face. Quite big, quite muscular. Bit on the short side, even for a dwarf. But their conversation, it got very heated there, talking about what their journey entails now, since they are trying to find something very unique and that has been lost to them, and they want to find it again. However, that involves elves, and the party does not like elves.
The two taller fellows huddled together, picking up on some of this strange conversation, the talk of elves. Although it's certainly common knowledge that there's always been friction most of the time between the dwarves and the elves. And they've always got some grumblings about one or the other. Who knows where it started? It's been many ages since that feud began, and it'll probably be many ages before it ends. As the two are sitting there and the dwarf is sitting there with his group having the argument, the door bangs open. In fact, give me the first roll, Aurelian. Give me a stealth check or a sleight of hand. See how how you announce yourself to the room.
That's 16.
16. Okay. So, the door slides, comes open, doesn't bang open. how would you like to enter, Aurelian?
He kind of does have a little pomp in his step. Not so much that he's like announcing himself, but more so he just carries himself in a very deliberate way. He steps in, and almost as if he can feel a shiver, as if someone is speaking bad of elves, he just glances over the crowd, the people in this tavern, and that smirk just comes right back to his face.
Maybe his pointy ears twitch a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Um,
He's probably the only person here not wearing a hood.
So he's not wearing a hood either. Give me a perception check as well, then, Aurelian.
18.
Okay. Yeah, you see that as you walk in, the bar is in front of you, goes along the wall of the common room in front of you. To the right, in the middle of the room, is a roaring hearth, kept well fed. Directly to your right, the other side of a big window is a large table, and around it is 4 or 5 dwarves. Kai, why don't you roll me a perception check while this is happening? And between the dwarves and the very far corner, where you see 2 tall men in dark hoods. It could be brown, it could be green, it could be grey, it could be black, but they're dark hoods, looking maybe not on edge, but alert enough for the room. You do see some other hunters and trappers having their quiet conversations. Kai, what did you get?
A 9.
A 9. You and your party are so wrapped up in your argument that somehow you've missed the elf sliding into the room. Aurelian. By the way, Nathan's, especially Halbarad, you see this happening because you've already described that you're very aware of the room and you're paying close attention. And so if you're paying attention, you're going to see this person walking. So we'll actually go to you first. What is your reaction when you see this elf? It looks like a high elf as well, one of the Noldor, stride into this tavern room quite confidently.
So how odd would this be for a high elf to just come into a tavern like this? I'm guessing it's like a very unusual thing.
It is a very unusual thing. You've probably seen maybe parties of elves roving the wildlands, hunting down orcs every now and again, maybe on a hunt of some sort. But they would be very solitary. They would very much stay away from the lands of men. Not that there are many lands of men in these parts. And so to see a lonely elf just stride into the common room like this would be rather strange and unusual.
Yeah, as this elf would come into the room, he would definitely perk up and just pure curiosity. And then he'd kind of tap. He would
Estelle.
Estelle. Looking for it. He would kind of pat Estelle on the side of his arm and say, "Look at that. What do you take he's here for? Maybe he's one of these elves that those dwarves are looking for, eh?"
So, do we know that we're actually looking to help this elf yet?
No.
Okay.
You and Halbarad have been going around patrolling. You've probably been visiting each kind of hidden stronghold or hidden sanctuary of the Rangers that is across the land. Visiting the different ones who act as warders to these little areas and sanctuaries. Um, so you're probably traveling around doing a procession almost, getting to know them, getting to know the land, um, letting them know you. Um, so yeah, you're just here by, I guess, common coincidence at this moment in time.
Got it. Um, he just kind of looks up, takes a long drag of his pipe, exhaling, and
You guys got effects today.
told you I'm pulling out all the stops here. And he takes extra note of this elf. It's not necessarily strange to see different races traveling, but it feels strange to see a high elf in this area, and especially in this tavern here.
Um, Aurelian, your perception check earlier, you can tell the Dunedain from most other men. Um, the Dunedain are taller than the average folk of Middle Earth, and you can tell that both of these two men are Dunedain in the corner. And you can quickly notice that they've noticed you and are looking your way. Others in the room are also looking your way, also, apart from the dwarves who seem to be in a heated discussion of sorts at this moment and are too wrapped up in their backward and forwards with each other. What would you do, Aurelian?
Do I notice that one of the Dunedain is Estelle, the person I'm looking for right now? Or am I looking for Estelle necessarily?
Um, you are looking for Estelle. You would have spoken to him. You would have known him. Rivendell isn't a big place. Um, it's populated enough, but when you have a man who has been fostered at Rivendell for some 16 to 18 years, a short time for elves, but in mannish years you've seen him go from a wee babe to a full grown man. You would know of who Estelle is and what he looks like. However, the men you're looking at, one is very gruff, very tall, very broad, very stocky. The other one, a lot younger, maybe only having some facial hair starting to grow through now. Um, it looks like Estelle to you, but although he's only been gone maybe just over a year, you can see that the road is already, he's already wearing the road well. Um, and it's showing on him and his attire.
Did I know he was going to be here, or is this kind of a surprise seeing him here?
I would say that you set out to look for him specifically because you're looking for guides, and the Dunedain actors guide can certainly act as guides, but you only know one Dunedain. You only know one man, and that's him. So, knowing who he is, you sort of thought, well, I'll just go and find him. It can't be many places he can be, sort of thing. So that's why you just headed to civilization in the hope of finding him. Maybe you bumped into a ranger on the way and he said, well, perhaps look for him here. But this was your first port of call. This is the first sort of civilization you've come to.
Once I see Estelle in the corner, I'm just gonna smirk a little bit and head that way. The way I'm walking isn't necessarily someone who has just walked into a new area. He walks as if he has been here his whole life, as if he commands the very presence around him. And he will walk up to Estelle. Him having noticed him, he's not gonna surprise him, but he gives him a friendly smile. Well, Rivendell has certainly left you, hasn't it?
As as she would, or as he would walk up, this elf would walk up. Halibard doesn't know who this is, right?
No.
Yeah, no. As you start approaching, he would stand up from the table and kind of put his hand out and say, "I'm sorry. Do we know you?"
Oh, well, I know this Dunedain here, and I'm gonna turn to Estelle. You keep such charming company, you know. And I will turn to Halibard. Aurelian, son of Talman, I'd shake your hand, but I don't think you've ever heard of soap.
he would he would look over at Estelle and look over at this elf and say, "Sorry, that was a good one." And he would just look at. Yeah, I'm speechless. That was not what I was expecting.
You're
And he
welcome.
would say, "Yeah, no, that was a good one." He would look over at Estelle and say, he'd still have his hand up to you because at this point it's just principle. Um, and he'd look over to Estelle and say, "You recognize this? What are you, a high elf?"
Well, keep that part quiet. I'm an elf for all intents and purposes.
Mm-mm.
As you look back at Estelle, you notice he has like a half smirk on his face, and he pulls that pipe out of his mouth and says, "Just sit down, old man. I believe she's looking for us."
I'm a male elf. I just am very
Sorry.
pretty.
You do this
I
to
will
us all
never
the
play-
time, Ray.
I will never play a girl.
I'll
Yeah,
get
he
used
would
to this as
he would
fast as I got used to
hesitantly
Orden.
sit down.
Well, you're just as polite as ever, and I'll take a seat next to you. I suppose the road's been treating you pretty well. You look terrible for what it's worth.
Are you talking to me or
I mean,
Halibard over here? The one that doesn't
well,
have soap.
you look terrible. I need to think of a new word for what he looks like.
We can't all stay as clean as elves.
A
The
shame,
road
really.
doesn't treat us the same.
The years certainly don't either. How old are you now? 600?
Not quite as old as you look.
Look, Estelle, I'm gonna cut to the chase here. And I just put my hand in front of you as you start to talk. It's exactly that. I need a guide. Looking at both of you, maybe I need 2 guides.
Where do you plan on going?
Well, you cut right to the chase. Region, if you believe in it or not.
Would I know where this is? What this is?
Yeah. You know the lands of pretty much all the lands west of the Misty Mountains, probably from Dunland to Angmar in the north. You probably know of, if you haven't travelled yourself, most of them.
Halibard would look over at Estelle, right? Is that
Yeah.
Nathan's name?
Yep.
Yeah.
He would look at Estelle, and he would say, "It seems like quite a request for someone with such an attitude. What business do you have?"
Family matters, if you will.
You care to elaborate a bit more?
You remember Iwael, right?
A bit.
She wasn't in Rivendell much. I don't know how much you know about her. She loves poking around at the bones of Eregion, and every once in a while I'd go help. But it's been a while, too long for even her, and pains me to have to care this much. But I do care. I want to make sure she's alright.
As she says that, you hear a chair get shoved over, another chair scrape back loudly, raised voices, boisterous voices from the very far corner as a beer mug gets spilt over. What's happening in your corner, Villy?
I swear to God, if you guys do this again, you can all fuck off back to the hill. Because I am done with this. Done with you. And he just walks off to the bar to ask for like a cloth to wipe himself down another drink.
It's madness, Villy. Madness, you're stupid to go. Elf sorcery there, lingers all over the place.
Listen, the elves may be arseholes, however, they have shit I want.
I ain't getting involved in no elven sorcery. And they all look at each other and go, not worth the salt, not worth the money. We're going back to the Blue Mountains. Search there again.
Do what you guys must. I'm gonna do me.
Give me a perception check.
Dun, dun, dun.
I gave you got a good wisdom. Fingers crossed this time.
22.
22. You stand up, and as you're kind of maybe pushing your way through the slight crowd of dwarves that's around you to head to the bar to clean yourself up. How you missed it before, you don't know, but quite clearly the pointy ears of an elf is sitting in the very far corner with the two rangers of the land conversing.
You just see Villy take a double take, like, and you can physically see on his face that he has an idea. So he goes to get this rag from the barmaid. Is it a barmaid?
Yeah, there is a barmaid that's skinny enough that missing a few teeth. She looks like she's been in a few scraps. She's not your typical pretty barmaid as you would think. And the way that she's been conducting herself since you've been here, she's certainly got a bit of a bad attitude as well. She's likely to spit in your face or spit in your beer.
Excuse me, love. Can I have a rag to clean this mess up?
What? You want a rag? And she pulls one out of the belt, and you can see that it's got she's been using it to wipe tables down. She just chucks it in your face, sort of thing, for you to catch. Here you go, love.
Why, thank you. Cat could be a bit nicer next time, but fuck it. I'm not giving this back.
She looks you up and down and just kind of spits on the floor as she walks off.
Well, fuck you too. And Villy's gonna... Oh, I'm not paying for this.
Didn't mean that, love.
Villy's just gonna ignore her now and just beeline it for the table that Elf sat at.
Yeah, you hear Just as this little conversation was going on, you definitely heard the name Aregion mentioned by one of the three that are sitting there. Probably the elf, because it has a bit of a melodious ring to the voice. Something that really
Arrogant.
pisses dwarves off.
Does the elf have a drink in front of him?
He does not.
Okay. So Billy's just gonna go sit down next to this elf and nick the person on the left's drink. Cheers for that, mate.
Who would be sitting on the left? Who's gonna take that? Hold on. So, in fact, Villy, you've got a rather large man that's gruff looking, that looks a bit mean muggy, or you've got the younger, probably slightly inexperienced, smoother looking face, as well as the elves. So, which one are you going for?
The bigger one, of course.
As you go to grab my drink, he would just tip it up. So as you go to grab it, he just tip it up so it spills all over you. And he says, "Well, looks like you owe me a drink. Grab one for yourself too."
Looks like you owe me an apology, good sir.
Nope. We got elves at the table, now we got dwarves at the table. What is this, a circus?
That must make you the clown. So if you
Okay.
want to go get the drinks,
You see a little bit of respect in Aurelian's eye when you say that.
And he says, "I don't know what you two have with this table, but there's tons of tables around here. At least we know you, kind of, I guess." And he points over at Aurelian, and he looks back over at this new dwarf that just popped up, and he says, "What business do you want here?"
listen, I'm not here for you. You're nothing to me. Not going to lie, like not being rude or anything, but I don't need you. And he turns to the elf. I need you.
You need me? And
Yes.
what business do I have with you, Master Dwarf?
You might know something that I want to know. I'm trying to find something that is very dear to me and my people. So, may I ask where you're going?
I'm gonna cock my head to Estelle. You're the guide. Would you recommend, let's say, a tag along to this adventure?
I would also cock my head at Estelle.
Estelle?
At this point, I'm just enjoying the show. Normally we travel light, fast, but the more eyes, the better. We might more eyes might be better if we're gonna be searching for your kin.
Well, it seems like this is your lucky day.
And I'll look over at Halibard, but we're not paying him.
Wait, what was that? Say that again.
I said I'll look over at you and then back at Aurelian. And I'll like motion between me and Halibard. We're not paying him.
And I suppose you have a rate for your services?
And Halibard would kind of perk up at that, and he would say, "Well, This could be quite a long journey. What are you planning on getting for this quest that you've taken upon yourself? Is there even money involved?
Well, no one could put a price on family, dear. And he just gives you a smirk.
And he says, to a certain extent, that is respectable. But and he looks over at Estelle and he looks back at you guys and he says, but that being said, why do we have to bring this one along? And he point over to the dwarf.
You are acting very rude to me.
Let's not start this back up again. I believe,
All right.
See,
I believe
your friend here, he must be the brains of this operation.
you're not wrong on that one.
I
I
take
believe
some offense
that-
to that.
I believe the elf and the dwarf need to talk price. I can't imagine, and I'll look at Vili. I can't imagine that you're willing to go and want to go without compensation.
Why, the chance to explore my homeland for a dwarf such as he should be price enough, I'd say. And I will just look down, very exaggeratedly down at Billy. You're lucky that, I suppose, I have certain soft spot for dwarves. I've studied much of your history.
Well, our history is very interesting, not going to lie. Dwarves' visions on elves are a bit iffy, not going to lie. We think most of you are arseholes and uptight pricks, but however, you seem alright.
No, I absolutely am. Please don't abandon that kind of stereotype because it's mostly true.
Okay. So,
Oh.
if you let me join, I am onto something huge. Like, huge. I'm going to bring something back to the world that has been lost. So if you guys help me, you'll go down in legends.
What's so huge about this?
Not you,
You
not you.
piqued my you
Not
piqued
you.
my
No,
interest.
not you. Not you.
Before we start with huge quests and grand adventures, why don't we start with your name?
I am Vili, of course.
Oh,
What about your names?
I go by Estelle.
Good to meet you,
Oh.
Estelle. And he reaches out his hands to handshake you.
And Halbard would kind of tighten his gaze at the dwarf, and he would put out a strong hand and say, "I'm Halbard. Apparently, we're gonna be friends now." And he gives you a handshake.
I'd say acquaintances. Let's not go with friends straight away. Okay. And he takes his hand.
Now you're speaking.
Give
Now
me
you're speaking
contested.
correctly.
Give me contested athletics. So both roll athletics. Halbarad, you probably give this guy a good squeeze.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a dick and break him.
Yeah, but I'm sure that there's a contest there.
A little bit.
Yeah, but dwarves have been hammering at mountains and hammering at forges for longer than you've been alive. And he has
fair
an
enough.
iron. He has an iron grip. Probably enough for you to certainly give him some respect in that sense.
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you.
The pleasure is all mine.
Of course it is.
So,
You love me.
yeah, he would have a big chuckle at that, and he says he would look over at Estelle and say, "Can I have a moment with you, away from these two for a brief second?"
Some of these Dunedain secrets I've been hearing about.
Something like that.
The elves don't have secrets. And Estelle would stand up, and if Halibard's moving anywhere, would follow.
Yeah, he'd try to find a place maybe closer to the fire that doesn't have a lot of people around, but just kind of out of earshot from the rest of the table. Now, understandably, you really don't have much going on at the moment, but are you sure this is a task that you're willing to undertake? I mean, I guess you have some connection with the elf, and I can respect that. But this dwarf, gee, he comes out of nowhere and he promises these big things. It's a hard bargain to, in my opinion. What are your thoughts?
I feel I'm obligated to help the elf. I owe a lot to Rivendell and those there. The dwarf seems, strange as it may seem to you, a wise one. The dwarf seems a good learning opportunity. If I am to follow the destiny that I'm on at the moment, I can't do what I'm meant to do without gathering as much knowledge as I can. Plus,
Halibard would.
You may be able to get back at the elf for the words spoken to you.
Well, words are just that. I'm still in one piece, of course. But perhaps you're right. There's much to learn from the elves and the dwarves, realistic. Don't let that one know that he has something to provide to us, of course. He seems like his head's too big already. But nevertheless, if you are comfortable with it and you want to make this commitment, in particular to the elf, you have to honor your previous connection. And I will stand with you 100% of the way. And he'd kind of give you a hearty pat on the shoulder.
Then I guess we need to find out where our next direction is, where our next destination is.
And we got to find out what this dwarf has cooking up before too long. If it's as big as he says it will, it might prove invaluable to us as well.
He seems to think that whatever task the elf has for us will help him find what he's looking for as well. I suggest we talk to the elf and find out where we're starting. Make haste.
Very well. And I guess he kind of motioned for you to take the lead back to the table.
Returning back to the table, you find that Villy's now drank both pitchers of ale. I'm guessing that's the case.
That is definitely the case.
I see him doing this and I don't even attempt to stop him, but I am going to go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Aurelian of Rivendell, originally of Aragon. How do you pronounce it again, Kevin?
Eregion.
originally a Regian, I suppose. I make no claims of wanting this grand adventure that you're after, but for the time being, perhaps our interests may align.
Regian, you say? Well, even if you don't let me into your little group, I'm going to follow you anyway.
I can respect that.
It's nice to meet you, though.
Pleasure. And I actually will shake your hand probably at the moment that you guys are turning around so Halibard sees it.
One minute, let me just clean my hand first.
Um,
And he takes out a dirty rag.
oh, nope, never mind. I reach for your hand and then I go, nope.
Fair
I
enough.
just try to play it off like I'm just brushing my hair, which is starting to get a little frizzy from all the rain outside.
The two of you return back to the table, seeing the awkward and uncomfortable moment where it looked like they were about to shake hands. But then the elf doing some strange sort of motion to just sort of smooth
just
out his
psych them
hair.
out.
Yeah.
Straight out of the 2000s.
And I guess this is where the fellowship music starts playing in some unconventional way.
It's playing with kazoos.
Kazoos. The four of you sit around the table. It's middle evening. You know, it's dark outside. You can all hear the rain coming down. It's going to be a wet journey tomorrow to start off with. What would the rest of you do for the evening?
Drink.
Drink. Halberd?
Uh,
Estelle?
How long
Halibard-
have we been on the road, and how long have we been staying here?
I'd probably say that the two of you have been on the road pretty much non-stop. You probably get to one of these Rangers of the North sanctuaries, stop for a few days, to converse with whatever ranger is stationed there, keeping watch of the region, and then you'd move on. So you don't have, you don't have like a week off annual leave. Um, so you've probably been here 3 days just to sleep in a bed for the first time in who knows how long, to have a roof under your over your head before you're looking to move on to the next sanctuary sort of thing. Um, yeah.
I mean, unless Halbard has something different, I imagine at least Estelle would do the normal thing that we do um, before turning in for the night, talking, whether we should set up watch or just both get the rest we need or whatever. And I imagine it's like a few minutes argument. One of us wants to set it up to be vigilant, and the other one's maybe Halibard's just like I'm older than you. I need my rest. It's kind of up to him. But I imagine Estelle's wanting to kind of turn in relatively early, seeing as how this is likely our last day in a quote unquote comfortable bed or environment for who knows how long.
Yeah, Halibard, he would, in this situation, now that we have brought on two people who he doesn't know and he doesn't necessarily trust either at this moment, he would urge you to get your rest, and then he would stay awake a little bit, uh, just kind of getting a feel for staying close by, not like sitting by your bed or anything like that, but he'd kind of stick close and just kind of chill out. He wouldn't be drinking for the rest of the night. He'd keep an eye on the interactions with between the dwarf and other patrons, or the dwarf and the elf, or he's just trying to get a feel for everyone. And then he'll probably probably get some rest.
Aurelian?
Aurelian's mostly keeping to himself. He stays in the corner, occasionally winking at very attractive ladies as they pass by, which I imagine are in very short supply. Just keeping close eyes on everyone who passes, studying them. You notice that he doesn't take any drinks. If anyone offers, he just refuses. Very occasionally, in moments of downtime, he'll just provide a book from who knows where and just skim it.
I imagine a goblet of wine came along at one point and was put in front of you, and they said it was wine, and you looked at it and you smelt it and you swirled it a little bit as the elves would tend to do at Rivendell, and there's um, not one sensation that you are looking at this wine that it's ever wine. You don't know what it is, but in your opinion, you have never seen anything like this, and it is 100% not wine, or what you would call wine anyway.
Do I have any vials with me at the moment?
Why not? If you think that he would have some, then yeah.
I'll just pour this into a vial, just a very tiny bit while no one's looking. He doesn't particularly know what this is, but it's something new to him, and that's exciting. Maybe he'll look at it when he gets back to Rivendell.
Hmm. Yeah. Villy, give me a Constitution saving throw. I mean, why not?
Why not?
It would be rude not to as a dwarf. Drinking.
That's a 13.
Because this would be a poisoned effect, it's actually 22. So, um, yeah, it's a natural 22. So
Nice.
you can drink however much you want to drink. Halbarad, you would be looking at this dwarf um, just firing down ales.
He would. I'm sure that's what he would expect a dwarf to do. Like I wouldn't see this and be amazed that a dwarf can drink twice his weight and and just be chill about the whole thing. But even then, there's something a little impressive about it. Um, I think I don't know how much has Halibard had interactions with the other kind of races in the world.
It is
Like
far more common. It is far more common to see dwarves traveling along the east-west road. Um, so um, they're usually in a hurry to get from one end of the east-west road to the other to cross the
Mhm.
Misty Mountains. Um, so yeah, they'll stop at an inn, but then be on their way pretty much. They're not going to stop and do commerce really with people. Usually, it's usually
Yeah,
we're getting from the Blue Mountains to the Misty Mountains and back again. So there's not much sort of interaction there. Just wandering parties like
right.
this most of the time.
Mhm. Um, yeah, I think at some point after he's gotten an idea on these two their vibes that they're giving off, um, he would definitely pat pat Billy on the back and say, um, I've seen dwarves that can hold their ale before, but even then, you're quite impressive. Believe we've gotten off on the wrong foot, and he would give him another handshake. Not looking to have a contest, but just to match whatever strength he does. Um, and
Yeah, yeah, probably a bit rude to be honest. Do you want to share a drink?
um, he'd politely put up his hand and he says, "No, I appreciate the offer, but I'm done for the night. Just gonna relax. Gonna be turning in soon." And he would look over and kind of like slyly point over to the elf and say, um, "I just curious, and I'm sure we'll get to this at some point. But what would a dwarf need with an elf on your master big thing quest?"
Yeah, that is special. Let me tell you, I am
Mm.
a masoner, so I love masonry. So for me, this is quite a big thing. But you can't tell anybody, okay? That
Lips are sealed.
I want to insight check that. I don't believe him.
I mean, of course, I would tell Estel whatever I know. So yeah, I guess that would be a deception, wouldn't it, on my part?
Yeah. Contested deception versus insight then.
Bum 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 bum. That is that a 2 or a 3 for me?
That's a 2.
Yeah, that's a 2. All right.
It looks like he was about to tell you, but then he backtracked a little bit and be like, "I'm looking for some very important stonework.
Hmm.
Very important."
And he'd say, "Well, I hope that stonework is worth the amount of trouble you're going through. But if hopefully you find what you need in our travels," and he'd kind of give you another kind of like hearty pat on the back. Probably a little harder than he would do for anyone else, because I mean this is a dwarf, so they're they're used to being a little more rough and tumble. So he would feel comfortable kind of giving them a pretty deep pat on the back.
What about you? What are you doing here?
And he would say, he'd kind of he'd be like in the middle of turning away, but then deciding to stop and engage that, out of courtesy for what the information that he's been given. And he would say, "Well, Estel and I have been just traveling, uh, visiting ranger strongholds and getting a guess you could say a view of the world in our own certain way. Um, so quite frankly, this isn't anything out of the ordinary for us. Maybe a couple more people than we're used to, but we just travel. We experience."
Sounds delightful.
Quite boring, honestly, but we we make the best of it. And he kind of wink at you in a playful manner, and he would say, "Well, I'm just about to turn in for the night. Try not to get yourself in too much trouble before we leave tomorrow. Make sure you get your rest."
I'll try.
And then go ahead.
No, I was just about to say, Aurelian, yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like they were whispering really or trying to hide the conversation. Um, so you could have heard anything that you wanted to have heard there. So if you would have wanted to add anything to the conversation, you could have.
No, I'm just gonna listen in. He's being very quiet. He's in the information gathering stage.
Yeah. With that, I imagine Aurelian is able to get a room somewhere. Um, the bed you think is probably full of fleas and ticks and lice. Um, or it probably seems like it to you. Although, lo and behold, to you, they gave you their best room. Um, Vili, you probably sleep in the common room as the other 4 dwarves that were with you um, have stormed off to the rooms and locked you out. Halbarid, you retire to your room with Estelle, um, being vigilant, I imagine, as well as getting your sleep when required. Morning dawns, the group arise. You are able to purchase some rations and travel rations for the road. And you make your way. Well, I guess before you make your way, you have to plan your way. Um, so, what I need you for to do now is you need to assign roles for yourselves. These roles are the guide, who decides on the route you are going to be taking, the scout, who will scout ahead, find campsites, um, look for ways to speed up your journey or avoid conflict if need be, or a troubling situation. The hunter will replenish your supplies on the road, as well as forage for anything. And then the lookout, who is always on the lookout for danger. Um, so you can discuss amongst yourselves the roles that you would probably be best to suited for. In your journals, you will find a handout for what each role in the party will use. So if you look for party roles, you should be able to find that and have a quick look. Effectively, stealth and investigation for scouting, survival mainly for the guide, perception obviously for the lookout, and then survival as well for the hunter. So you guys decide where you would be best suited.
I'm pretty good at survival. I've got proficiency in that. If you wanted to assign me to be, let's see,
I've
the
got
hunter.
basically everything there, except for wisdom. I don't have a bad wisdom, but I've got a lower wisdom. So I could be relatively suited for any of them. Probably the scout would be the best of, as far as numbers goes, the best of my abilities.
Nathan
Yeah.
Prime, you think you can do the guide pretty well?
Yeah. I figured he would either push for the guide or the scout. He isn't necessarily stealthy in investigation, um, but if we can, I think after looking at everyone's kind of stature and kind of getting an idea and inferring what you guys would be decent at as far as roles, I think he would like to be the guide and then have Estelle be the scout. That way, also that's at Estelle's not left alone with you if he would be the scout in a sense.
Kai, which one are you thinking? Because I'm equal in both of these.
Me too, to be honest. Like, which one do you want to be?
The taller
Yeah,
one needs to be the lookout.
Yeah, I'll take the lookout for roleplay purposes.
yeah.
That's totally a joke, but
No, it makes sense.
Makes
I
sense
mean,
though.
effectively, the Kai's character is a rogue. Just has Nathan, OG Nathan's is a ranger. As Nathan Prime, you are a barbarian, effectively. They translate exactly the same sort of mechanics as each other to 5e standard rule set. Um, so, yeah, I mean, you've, I think you've all got good survival. I think you've all got perception. Um, most of you have got stealth as well, or decent stealth. So I think you can lead it there. So I would say look at it for story purposes as well as much as mechanics. Um,
Mhm.
you know, what makes sense for your character? What role do you think your character would take up in the group?
How often have Vili and Aurelian been, out in the woods? Because I feel like that would kind
Aurelian,
of determine whether they could take the hunter role or not.
Aurelian has been out of Rivendell maybe once every century, so not very good.
So probably not
Vili
the
just
hunter.
went around with his dwarfs, his group of dwarfs. So he is, I'd say, is quite confident being in the woods.
Because Estella would be comfortable being the hunter if need be as well.
Yeah,
So
I think
Estelle's comfortable being either the hunter or the scout, either one.
Okay, so I'm going to just to speed things along. Um, I'm going to assign you your roles instead, then, just to make decisions and to help the process. So I think it makes sense for Aurelian to be the lookout.
I
Um,
think so.
you know, Aurelian doesn't have to do very much at that point. He can just like walk around, keep an eye out, and elves are naturally perceptive. Um, Halbarid, you're good at making fires and making camps. You're very used to it. So
Mhm.
preparing camps and doing hunting, I think, is something that you're very natural at. It's not also that as important as a skill. Um, and then being a treasure hunter, being naturally stealthy, being naturally investigative, I think it would make sense for Kai to be the scout to start off with. And again, we can always change the roles as you go through your travel. And then having the wanderer as the guide, um, to plot the route to the destination being Estelle. How does that sound?
Perfect.
Okay, excellent. Um, so, quickly then, the next decision that Nathan needs to make, OG Nathan needs to make quickly, is in your journal, OG Nathan, right, you will find a map of Eriador. Um, I would like you to decide then what route you wish to take. It should be in all of your journals, so you should be able to find the Eriador map. You click on it, open it, click on it again, it zooms in. Um, you will find Bree pretty much right in the middle of the land. You will see the east-west road. You will see the South Downs to the south of Bree. The dotted line is obviously a road. You can see that there is the Greenway, which heads north-south through Bree. So you're like a day or so to the east of Bree at the moment. And where you are going to is if you follow the north-south road all the way down until it reaches a major river and you see the city of Farbad. To the right of Farbad, to the east, where you see the Swan Fleet, the marshes there, you will see all that land in that triangle between the rivers. That is Eregion. That is the region of Eregion. And that is where you're looking to get to. You could go east and then south, or you could go south and then east. It is the guide's decision.
Is that over near uh, the last bridge, or am I looking in the wrong spot?
If you go to the last bridge, right, and then go south, you'll see Eregion in brackets,
Okay,
Holland.
yeah, I see it.
Right, basically all that land between the mountains and the rivers there, that is Eregion.
Got it.
It's more south towards the Glanduin River. That is more so the region of Eregion.
So, looking at the map, if we're near Bree, we would have to take the east-west road if we went that direction, and then down from there, right? Towards the last
Yeah.
bridge. Or
Yeah.
we could take the greenway down and then cut east,
East.
right?
Yeah.
What do I know about like the kind of big areas in that direction?
Why don't you give me a survival roll?
Can do.
So an 18. Now, Nathan, at the top of your character sheet, you've got the whisper toggle where it's got public and GM. Just switch over to public.
Got it.
Yeah. Had it all. I had them all on GM while I was making your sheets. You know that those are the lone lands. You know there is literally not much out there at all other than ruins and what is left of Arnor, the kingdom of Arnor. Nobody lives out there. The only thing you're most likely to find out there are roving packs of wolves or wargs, as well as gangs of maybe goblins and orcs occasionally, maybe even the odd troll as well. Traveling down to Farbad, going down south, you could certainly try and cross at the fords of Farbad and make your way east, or you can try and cross the river to the north side of it. You could definitely do that. You're crossing less open ground that way. You're using the roads more often to get to Eregion. Although it's not like the direct route you would go, but it might be the easiest because you're on the road.
Probably, unless there's a reason why I shouldn't stick to the road, I'd probably take that path.
Okay.
Because the road make it quote unquote a little easier.
Is Aurelian taking a horse?
I brought the horse all this way. I might as well.
Okay. Next question. Does Estelle and Halbarad have horses? And does Vili have a pony?
I'm sure we would have acquired horses at some point. And we do enough traveling.
Vili has the most stoic-looking pony ever.
It's like a pit bull pony.
His mane is braided and everything.
Then that's fine. You set off for your travels. You first of all have to head west until you hit the crossroads where near Bree. You then head south down the Greenway. To Farbad from the crossroads, it's some 160 odd miles, 170 miles to the Reckoning, which is easily done while a horse. Stopping regularly. Why don't we get some rolls then? The scout, first of all, can you give me a investigation check and a stealth check, please?
Investigation 14 and stealth 25.
Okay, excellent. Um, you are able to find good campsites along the way. The north south road is still frequently travelled by people who survive in are in Farbad, and anyone coming up from Dunland. Um, the roads are kept pretty safe, and you can find regular campsites amidst the ruins along the way, and you can get some good night's sleep on the road. Um, the hunter. Why doesn't the hunter give us a? Why doesn't the hunter give us a survival and a stealth check?
All right. Well, I was quiet at least. That's a 8 and a 19. Wait, don't I get something special for survival though? Hold up. I was raised in the wild. What's that?
It means you get proficiency with the survival skill.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah. So let me just look at those rolls again. So you manage to you do some you try and do some hunting along the roads, but it's quiet. Everywhere you look, where you'd expect to find you, it's difficult. There's no deer. There's no boar. You you manage to sneak up and catch some a brace of conies a few times, and you manage to find enough berries and nuts. Um, but it was partially successful. Thankfully, the sleeping arrangements by Villy the scout make up for any sort of hunger that you might have gained. Again, you're not gone hungry, you've not got exhaustion, but you're not as full as you'd kind of be comfortable with. There is no second breakfast going on, put it that way. Um, uh, we're traveling down the road, so there's not much else to do other than um, let's get a perception check, and let's say um, a a history check from our lookout.
You said perception?
Yeah, perception and history.
That is 15 on perception. This is embarrassing. I only have +1 to history. I'm a historian. Oh, never mind. That's a nat 20.
You're just naturally gifted at this.
I'll take it.
While traveling south, before you hit the crossroads, and you should be on a different map, so you should be able to see where I'm pinging. Um, you you see that the road off to the right is very misty, very foggy. Um, it's not easy to see far, even in the highest point of the sun during the day. But every hill seems to be crowned with a broken tower of some sort. You see hidden on higher points what looked like um, buildings of old stone. Um, at one point, beside the side of the road, you see a head of a large statue. Um, its crown weather beaten, worn down, almost gone. Wings of birds adorning the statue. A noble and stern face um, beneath the crown itself. Wisdom it's on its brow, uh, and might is in its eyes. But It's all fallen. It is all ruinous. Um, you know that the statue that you see was that of Elendil, the first High King of Arnor and Gondor. He that led the faithful Númenóreans from Númenor in its downfall and settled the lands here in the north and in Gondor in the south. Elendil was part of the elf friends, the ones that remained faithful to the elves. And so the two Dunedain that you travel with are the descendants of Elendil and his faithful Númenóreans. And since that time, the Dunedain and the elves have been friends and have worked together. Sadly, you heard tales while sitting in Rivendell of the Witch King of Angmar destroying what was left of the kingdom in the north of Arnor. Um, do you discuss any of this with the group as you travel?
Surely the Dunedain know that, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean,
Mhm.
Estelle definitely would. He has studied at Rivendell. You might have even had brief conversations about it together at one point, as you were learning the history. Um, Halbarad hasn't had the same education. It's probably more of an oral passed down tradition of storytelling, of the tales that happened. Halbarad certainly would be aware of the history of Arnor and the kings of Arnor and the fall of the Dunedain of the North. Um, but the exact details he probably wouldn't know about, or the time exactly when.
I will glance over at these statues, probably too far away for me to really get up close to. And once I see them, I'll look back at Estelle and Halperid, and I'll give them what might be the first genuine smile they've seen from me, and I'll just motion towards them. A reminder of the alliance that our people held. Surely, surely that's a good omen for what's to come.
Um, Halibard would kind of greet your smile with his own, and he would say, um, "Alliances they come and go, but it seems that at very least, uh, what we have going on here seems to be working out pretty well. Um, Maybe we can bring a new era of alliances." And he'd kind of have a uh, half joking laugh about it. Um, and then he'd probably say something like, "Come on, we're burning daylight," and he'd kind of scurry off and probably leave you and Estelle to talk about history or whatever you nerds do.
I'll do my best to catch up to you, but I am absolutely a nerd. It takes me a little bit to catch up, and I'm kind of a little, I don't know, weary from all the traveling. He's not an elf that gets out much. Not that any elf really gets out much.
Right.
um, Estelle, what sort of pace would you have been setting?
Um, that really depends on how worried Aurelion was to get this
Well,
information, and how urgent this seemed.
he's definitely pretty worried. Like, he's trying to play it off calm. He's not even letting on to you, but he does really worry about Iwiel.
Can I insight check to see how worried, or to see if I feel that I need to be moving quickly, or?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, certainly. Was Aurelian trying to hide this?
He's trying to.
Okay. Cool. Let's go. What is Aurelian's passive deception? So it's basically your modifier plus 10. So what's your deception modifier?
12.
Okay. Um, yeah, Estelle, you read that he's trying to put up a brave face, but there's a what's the kind of tick that would be giving away his nervousness, Aurelian's nervousness?
He's kind of picking at the threads of his robes a little bit, like occasionally scratching at them a bit, playing with any loose threads that he might have on his sleeves.
I don't think that Estelle ever. I don't know that Estelle and Aurelion really interacted a lot. Like they did maybe enough to get a base knowledge of each other, know each other in passing, but I don't. I don't think they had, um, necessarily a friendship enough. They're acquaintances basically. But I think Estelle has seen Aurelion enough to know that this is something that he does, um, when he's worried or nervous. This is something that no matter how many times he's told, about it to keep it under control or to hide it, that it just kind of slips through every now and then. It's not anything huge or massive. Just maybe something that um, Estelle has seen before, and that's why he notices. Um, and he doesn't say anything about it. He doesn't draw anyone else's attention to it. He just kind of seems to move faster anytime that um, anytime they seem to slow down a little bit, and he notices Aurelion start to fidget and play with these threads. He kind of speeds up their their pace. It's not quite a breakneck speed, but you can definitely tell they're trying to get somewhere relatively quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Um, how about um, how about Aurelian? You give me a Constitution saving throw.
That's going to be an 18.
Oh, that's huge. You do not suffer any exhaustion while traveling at this point. Um, you you are, if we look on the map, you're probably just south of where it says the Greenway on our Farbad map here. Um, the Lone Land stretches off to your east. Now the colours, the different colour shading of the map here, the brown stuff to the southwest is difficult terrain. Um, the red stuff is very tough terrain, and the green stuff and the white sort of stuff is sort of easy terrain. Um, so as you can see, the terrain to your east is very much pretty settled, pretty easy, rolling downs. From what you can see, the odd small forest or copse of trees. Um, so, Estelle, um, decision time. How are you going to go about getting to your location from here? Would you be looking to go east across land, or would you look to cross at Farbad and head east from there?
Let me pull up the other map and look at that. What's the crossing like at Tharbad?
It used to be a well maintained marble bridge um, with what is could be called effectively a city, an old city. The the kings of the north used to keep a garrison on the north side, and the kings of the south used to keep a garrison on the south side, and it was maintained um, by both nations. However, with the waning of Gondor and the collapse of Arnor, the citizens of Farbad became more independent, but with independence, as well as a great flood, has greatly reduced Farbad to a ruined shell of what it used to be. Um, the bridge is still intact, but um, it is not well maintained anymore.
Um, I think unless it's gone or very, very, very extremely dangerous, I think sticking to the bridge and crossing is best.
Yeah. Okay.
And I also think we should take a break once we get to the bridge.
Yeah. Okay. We can certainly do that. Um, while camping, in fact, let's just touch base with Vili. Um, what's Vili been doing during the travel? How's he been doing?
He has been playing his bagpipes throughout the travel.
Well, that's excellent. Would you like to give me a performance check?
I definitely would. Where is it? Dum, dum, dum. 12.
Nice one.
Uh, you're not proficient. Okay. I really wanted it to be a one, but um, how does a 12 sound to the rest of you guys?
I mean, I come from a place that is like the master of the art, so I'm very obviously wincing as he's playing this.
Issues. I think that um, I think that Estelle is definitely not enjoying the music. But he's kind of trying to hide that a bit. He's definitely heard probably worse than this before, but that's part of the reason why he's not kind of falling back and and chatting with Vili because he's trying to keep a little bit of the distance so it's not quite a full-on assault on his ears by standing next to him.
Very well. Uh,
I,
Halbarad.
I think Halberd is like loving it. This is the sickest music he's ever heard.
It's
That's what I just rolled that d20 for, and apparently I love it. This is
Oh my
I'm
gosh,
all
you got
about
it.
it.
You got a
I'm
natty
giving
one.
him song suggestions. I'm giving I'm like, you got to take this show on the road. Like,
He is
Vili
on the
is
road.
starting to love this guy.
The fact that Kevin is still frozen in that disapproving stare makes this so much better.
yeah, no, I think how Barrett is just like he's really digging it, and it's probably annoying the other two because he just keeps egging them on the whole time.
I think Estelle's
the
So
probably
for
used
sure.
to Hellbear doing this kind of stuff, and it's just he's shaking his head even more because of it. Like as much as Estelle has learned from Hellbear, this he has to deal with this kind of stuff on a regular basis as well.
Oh yeah, he just has the worst opinions on things like food, music. Like they're all wrong, but for him it's just so right.
the the dwarves love a good dirge. You know, music that's as deep as the mountain roots itself. Um, and the bagpipes almost represent that, the deep resonance, along with the high pitch of it, and even though the sound isn't great, the meaning comes across. You know, the feel comes across, um, and Halbarad resonates with that. I reckon the sadness or the deepness of it, especially how Aurelian has brought up the fallen kingdom of Arnor as well, and that you know, Halbarad's heard stories of how the glory of Arnor, the glory of Numenor, and how Sauron, the Dark Lord, actually bent his knee to Numenor because of how great it was, um, and being a proud of a proud man, of the descendants of Numenor. The bagpipes are just this um, wonderful way of feeling it at the same time. So maybe that's what it is.
Yeah,
Um,
that sounds great.
yeah. Estelle, um, you converse with probably Halbarad, and then uh, involve the other two, one camp night, as you are approaching decision time whether to cross Farbad and then head east or to cut across land now. Um, and you put your head down for the night, and your rest is, to start off, disturbed. There's something in the earth that just feels off, a sound, a feel with the earth itself while you'll lay there. Um, you focus a little bit more on it, and you pay a little bit more attention to it. You listen more carefully, and you recognize the padding of animals, many of them, towards the north and to the east. Some way away yet, but the rumour of the earth is that there are creatures, large creatures, out on the prowl, perhaps. Um, and they're probably closer than you would hope. You closer than you'd want them to be. Um, what would you do about this information?
Um, I would. Is am I like getting this as I'm trying to sleep, or is this coming to me, as I'm waking up, or?
It was probably as you lay down, either before your watch or after your watch, whatever your watch order is. Again, this is a one shot, so I'm not worrying about watch orders and stuff like that at the moment. Um, but yeah, it's at some point as you're in that half sleep. You know, when you're trying to get to sleep and you've got that half sleep, and you might still hear whispering, or you might still see a light, um, and yeah, it's in that sort of that moment that just something feels off at first. Let me just post that in the group for you. Yeah, so I posted that in the chat for you guys, so you can see what is occurring. So if you give me a survival check, Nathan, and we'll see what more information I can give you.
Keep closing my sheet when I know I'm supposed to minimize it.
Ah, 15. So that
15.
is a pass. Yeah, that is a pass. Um, you you spend time not sleeping, listening more closely to the rumor of what the Earth is saying, and it's not long before you get a distinct feel of the padding of what you know as wargs, large evil wolves, creatures that have their own speech, creatures that long ago were raised by the dark powers to serve them. Um, they hunt and stalk the lands regular, and it seems that um, there is a pack of them near enough for you to sense it, but um, maybe not close enough for you to worry right at this moment. And that's the information that you get.
Um, I I think that if they're not close enough to really worry, I think I would just um, keep my eyes and ears open, um, kind of put myself on a bit of a higher alert. I might even alert Aurelian.
Issues.
Um, don't know if I would let anyone else know yet, just since I know he's kind of our lookout right now. Let him know what I'm sensing and what's going on, and then if um, things get any closer or things get a bigger concern, then I would let the other two know.
Yeah, you doing this. You probably do it right when you wake up. Aurelian is taking his sleepless trance, and so he's watching you, eyes wide open, very aware of what you're doing, and just studying you.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm doing my best to. I'm not necessarily trying to hide that I'm on higher alert, but I'm not trying to instill panic. I'm relatively sure how Halibard would act, but I'm not sure how Feely would handle it, which is kind of why I'm trying to keep calm until it's necessary to worry about it. So, you know, if you paid enough attention, you might see Estelle moving a little quicker, or kind of looking around a bit more than he was before. But I'm not going out of my way to make it obvious that something's going on.
Um, the the night passes, and you head off the next morning. Usual routine of um, at times the hunter hunts and the lookout is keeping a close eye on the surroundings. The scout goes ahead and makes sure that the way is good, um,
while providing entertainment.
while yeah, entertaining Halbarad especially. Don't know about the rest. Um, Aurelian, give me a perception check.
That's going to be 15.
15. Um, come midday, um, the wind seems to be the wind seems to be coming from the northeast. Um, it's getting colder as you get further east. You know that this is simply because of the um, being close to the Misty Mountains or getting closer to the Misty Mountains. Um, you You think you hear something on the wind, however. Um, Not quite sure what it is. It might have been nothing, might have just been the wind. Maybe you were passing by some rocks and it was just how it came around the rocks, but it was maybe a whistle, something on the wind.
I'm gonna stop for a second. I'm not gonna alert anyone else, but I just stop and listen, and I'm just my eyes very frantically darting around, trying to see where it might be coming from.
Okay. Yeah, there's probably some sort of not valley as such, um, but a gully, something cut, a channel cut in the earth, sort of thing. And you focus your hearing, your senses in that direction, and it comes again. And this time you may be a little bit more attuned to it because you're listening for something, but maybe because you're listening for it, that's why you heard it. And it seemed to you that there might have been a hell on the wind.
Did any of you hear that?
If anybody would like, if anyone would like to try and hear that, you can do so at disadvantage.
Is it perception? Is it?
Yeah, perception.
Ah.
Okay. Estelle, you indeed heard it. You were maybe trying to play it off at first, thinking that, again, it was just your imagination maybe running away with you, but as soon as Aurelian notices it, you know that what he heard and what you heard was correct. There was a hell on the wind, and it definitely would, and that would mean that whatever you felt the previous night is certainly closing closer to you. What would you like to do with the information?
Can we take a break really quick before we continue on with that information?
You can do, certainly, and I can try and sort out the camera situation.
Yeah, you're loading right now.
Yeah, I changed screens in Discord and you went from frozen to loading, so
Yeah.
we're gonna take probably about a 10-minute break. We'll be right back in about 10 minutes.
Nice.
And we're back. And actually, the only person that's out of order is Kevin, so I should be able to fix it. So that's good news. Kevin, if you want to take over and continue where we're at, I'll try to fix yours, and we'll be good as rain, right as rain, good as gold. One of those things.
Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. So before our break, our fellowship had heard howling on the wind coming from the northeast. Estelle's probably fears have come to fruition, I guess, where the things that he sensed while lying down last night, feeling and sensing the rumors of the earth, they're a lot closer than he hoped. The fact that they are closer to the fellowship and haven't moved away from the fellowship is also a concern. So what would you guys like to do? Aurelian, you're aware of this as well as Estelle.
I'm gonna turn back to the party. Get ready to run or fight. I suppose those are the only two options we have right now. And I'm going to pull out my scimitar.
What does the rest of the group do when you see Aurelian? He's paused on his horse and he's looking to the northeast. And you see him draw his long, curved, elven scimitar.
There's something over there.
Well, I don't think I regularly pull out the sword just for show.
I mean, it is a fancy sword.
I'm going to tip my sword in the direction we've heard this howling. Something's approaching. Likely nothing friendly.
I mean, it might be something. If it's friendly, you're pointing a sword at it.
You'd be surprised how many things can be solved by pointing swords at them.
See
Estelle's
this?
grabbing his sword and pulling it out and trying to sense what direction this is coming from, and looking over at the other two, kind of incredulously, and like just this look of why are we having a conversation right now when there's shit to be done.
I'm just gonna motion to Billy and be like, he asked, I answered. That's all.
Estelle, you say you pull your sword out. Why don't you describe your sword?
The sword he pulls now is just kind of a very bare bones basic sword. It seems a bit strange, like compared to the rest of his gear. It's not like he's wearing, rich gear or anything like that. But the sword seems a lot more mundane than kind of the rest of his gear that he's wearing. You also notice he has another hilt of a sword in a scabbard below the scabbard that he just pulled this from.
Halibard would also, as soon as he saw, or late, blah, 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 blah. I can't fucking talk. Orlean?
Aurelian.
Is that how?
Aurelion.
Aurelion. As soon as he sees Aurelion pull out his sword and they start bickering with Vivi, he would look to Vivi and say, doesn't seem like he would say something along the lines of basically, whether it's a danger for an elf or danger for a real man, either way, pulling out a weapon would be a smart move. I don't know what's out there, but apparently it's got these two spooked. And he would pull out his longsword as well and take up like a defensive kind of position.
You guys are also paranoid. And he takes out his short sword.
Are you holding your ground? Are you holding your position?
Estelle's trying to figure out what direction this danger seems to be coming from. Is it coming from the direction we're going? Is it coming from the direction we came? Specifically those two, but if neither one, then where it's coming from.
Yeah, so if you look on the map, I would say you're just south of where it says the Greenway. Let me just change my ruler. So somewhere around here, and in this direction is where you heard the howling from. It was barely audible, so you could barely hear it on the wind. And the fact that the wind is blowing in this direction, right, must have helped the sound carry as well. So, it's not like these things are right upon you, but they're obviously close enough now that you can hear their howls.
I will look to. I'll look over to Aurelion. You relish charging in, or should we make ground before fighting?
Make ground. The smartest tactics are ones where the fighters know every is going to be coming up upon them, every blade of grass, every opportunity we can take.
So I think we'll try to find the most advantageous spot. If we're gonna have to fight. Potentially moving in the direction we need to go if we can. In our desperate direction for our destination. But finding the most advantageous battleground for us. I have the high ground.
Well, not yet.
Okay then.
Hold.
Yeah, excellent. Right. So what I'd like you to do is, as a group, I want you to come up with to start off with, come up with 3 skills that you are all going to roll. Right. There are 4 of you, so your target number for a success is going to be 60. Right. In fact, I'm going to set it as, because you're level 6, aren't you? I'm going to set it as 70, right? So if, as a combined group skill challenge, if your combined skills, and you're going to roll the same skill to start off with, and you guys can choose what skill it's going to be, as long as it's appropriate for the situation, for you trying to find what you are looking for, right? And you've got to, as a group, get past 70. All right. So, what's your first skill you would like to roll? And you can discuss it amongst yourselves. You all have to roll it, and you have to explain how you are using that skill to start off with.
I would suggest history. Just seeing as, thinking back on past battles that maybe we've heard about, those of us that have learned or alerted, and thinking of where those battles were fought and what kind of landscape they were fought on in different situations.
Can I suggest survival?
Mm-hmm.
It's the most basic I can think of. We'll know like how those battles were won.
I'm good with that too.
Yeah, I would definitely suggest survival. A large part of a battle is the terrain that you're fighting on in the first place. So if you have an advantageous position terrain-wise, then you could hold a hill for as long as you need for the most part.
Alternate, how do you guys feel about nature? It makes sense given that we would be able to know the land pretty well, because my nature is very good.
I could do nature as well.
I wouldn't be too helpful with nature versus survival.
Me neither.
Okay, maybe we should go with survival then, because it's what we're best at.
So you're going to choose
We're all
3.
reasonably.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're gonna choose 3 skills to start off with, right? So it's a case of you've all chose survival, so there's 1 skill that you've chose. Okay. So what would be your other 2 skills?
I would suggest either perception or athletics. Athletics, if we have to, maneuver all of our gear and, set things up as far as if we're looking to hunker down. Or perception, just kind of keeping vigilant on seeing if we can identify the threat before it gets too close.
I'm not super
If we're
helpful
doing
there.
that, I'm better at investigation if we're doing that, or athletics even.
I'm better at perception than athletics. I'm not going to be able to help you guys much there.
Chat is calling for us to do animal handling to get our horses to wherever
that's a
we're
good idea.
going.
Thank you very much, chat.
How about
That
we,
is.
How about we include Chad on this, just so they can feel involved?
So survival, animal handling, and I'm about the same on everything that you guys have thrown out there, other than those 2 so far.
How about perception?
Or Derek had another good idea in chat. Stealth or setting up an ambush.
I'm good at stealth.
Oh yeah, same.
That being said, what I noticed from the descriptions from our lore master is the threat is still a fair distance away. So we could probably, to a certain extent, most of the time, and maybe this is just my own experience, and I don't know how it works necessarily in this world here, but like most of the time, if we're looking at like a wild animal, more often than not, they'll steer clear away from travelers, especially if we're in a group. Um, so I think maybe hunkering down like where we stand, or oh, here's the next hill, let's set up camp there. Unless it's like immediately just about time to set up camp anyway, I think we could possibly just keep traveling on and just like keeping our head on a swivel and coming up with a plan that way.
Yeah,
As
I
long as
mean
we
that's Estelle's goal is um if we can see something better terrain and distance in the direction that we're headed
Mm-hmm.
to go
Okay.
that way anyways.
Gotcha.
So that sounds like perception first, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why
I can
don't
do it.
we roll our first skill? Again, your target as a group is 70. Okay.
What was that first skill we decided on?
perception.
Perception. So that's 24. So that's 24, 34, and 7. Did I get this wrong? You know what? 15 should be an average there, right? Or just over 15 should have been the average, right?
Mm-hmm.
With 70. 4 times 15 is 60. Yeah, plus an extra 10 on top. A good measure. Okay. So Aurelian, you do see a rise in the distance, but you don't think that the group can probably get there, but you can certainly start making your way that way to try and get that distance. And it is somewhat along the road, but it's off the road slightly. It's, you don't know how far away these things are. They might be looking to come and cut you off potentially. No, it's risky to try and get there, but there is a potential you could get there. So what else would you like? What else makes sense to you guys for your next skill?
You said survival, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's fairly competent in survival.
I'm good with it.
Trying to judge the earth.
Maybe not.
The best
Oh
route.
god.
Oops.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Billy is carrying us.
How did we all roll 8, 7, and 6 respectively, and then Billy's 23?
Yeah. As we said, there's been some heavy showers in your journey, and the ground that you're riding on, even though before you've just been again maybe trotting a little bit, just walking the horses, it's not been an issue, but you're finding riding now, trying to ride and push the horses a little bit to speed your journey is very difficult. Once or twice, there's a few that kind of their legs give out a little bit and slip. They don't fall over, they don't throw you or anything, but there's one of them like where your insides end up in your throat. And it's like oh, sort of thing. And I'm sure Aurelion isn't enjoying this faster pace on the horse. Yeah. So what is going to be your next skill? That's 2 fails. We're looking to get 3 successes or 3 fails. So
Do we just keep rolling until we get that?
you've got to choose. You've got to choose, yeah, a new skill each time. So, what's the next skill you would like to try?
I know you guys said nature, probably not.
I'm good with nature.
Kai, other Nathan, what are you thinking?
I mean,
It's
I'm
not the
better with.
strongest suit.
Yeah, I'm not great with nature at all. I liked the animal handling idea. If that's kind of doable with everyone, but
I'm not getting much
apparently I
help.
can't. Yeah, I mean, apparently I can't roll above an 8 anyway, so it really doesn't matter on my end.
Kai, what are you looking like at animal handling?
Animal handling. It's better than nature, but still
Okay.
not good.
Let's do animal handling then, because at least I'll be the only one that doesn't have many bonuses.
Okay, so animal handling. Let's see. The horses are finding it difficult
Oh,
on
God.
the soggy earth.
And the dwarf's back down to a nat 1.
Oh dear. So, Billy, why don't you explain to everyone what happens with you and your pony?
Well, pretty much the pony's being a dick.
The pony is being as stubborn as a dwarf at this moment in time. Um, like you're trying to make the pony go faster, and it's slipping and sliding all over the place, and it's just like, no, no, I don't care. Um, I've had enough of this. Like, just stop. Um, I would like Aurelian. You are the lookout. Aurelian, could you give me a D4, please?
You're muted.
I was just making fun of Kevin's tone of voice there. I got a 4.
Okay. Give me a perception check. A lookout as well.
Non-natural 22.
Okay. To the east, still maybe a little bit northeast, but to the east, you distinctly hear a hell. And it's definitely a lot closer. It's pretty close, but it's not within sort of threat range at this moment in time. Worrying thing is, to back to the northeast, there is another hell. Followed then by a third hell, which is more to the southeast of you. Again, all of them seem pretty equal distant. But that's what you hear.
Well, it seems we may have a little bit more company than expected. How are you all on having foes at every side?
I mean, I wouldn't prefer it. I'd prefer no foes.
Who prefers it, really?
Well, I was gonna say I wouldn't have it any other way.
Estelle is a different breed.
How far are we away from the bridge?
I would put you at maybe a day on horses. You're probably about a day away from the bridge.
What if we ran
And-
really fast?
That's what I was thinking. If we can get them, if we can get to the bridge where we can make camp, but I mean that's quite a ways away. Then we could kind of. I mean, at that point, we're choosing our own choke point to deal with the threat as we see fit. Obviously,
Like I
these
said,
things are hunting us.
Like I said, the bridge isn't just a bridge. The bridge is in a city, or what was a city.
Yeah.
Rumors that you've heard is that Tharbad has fallen to ruin. There may be some people still squatting there, but civilization
Mm.
of some sort. It probably doesn't exist. But
Right.
again, there was infrastructure there. You want to try and ride for it?
I don't know. How you guys feel about that?
At this point, Estelle's thinking that we either book it or we stand our ground and face them. But at this point, we're basically surrounded. So, um,
If we run, then they're going to catch us with our backs turned. That's not quite the position we need to be in. I say if we're going to face this, then we face it fighting.
are there any rocks or ruins or forested areas anywhere around?
Give me a perception check.
It went so well before. 18.
Okay. Then this is what you can find. Can you see that, by the way?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Then that is what you can find.
I think that Estelle wants to try to get in there among those hills and rocks and kind of, I mean, I don't know what the elevation of these hills are, but kind of do the whole thing where the what are they called, the carabine of Dunland when they come flying in, and they all hide in the rocks and kind of get as much cover as we can, like not get ourselves, unless there's a very good hiding place, not get ourselves stuck, in a cave or anything, but kind of get it up under an outcropping where we have kind of the hidden advantage when they come.
Hey Nathan, you're kind of being overtaken by whatever window that is.
Never. Hang on. Boom.
So if we do that, then what are we going to do with the horses?
And Estelle just looks at you at that point.
This is
Use
where
the phone as base.
this is where this is where Halbarad wishes that he chose a different Slayer path. He chose the Rider Slayer path instead of the Foehammer Slayer path. But you guys should be able to position yourselves on the map wherever you wish to position yourselves. You can use the horses if you wish. Or you can send the horses off if you want to try that. You can kind of stake the horses down and have them like trapped somewhere so that you could try and circle the horses and try and protect them. It's entirely up to you. These are not war horses, however, so getting them to fight with you could require some challenges, especially how these are wild animals of some sort, and horses are usually naturally scared of wild animals. So would anybody like to do a check to have an idea of what this might be?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Can I use nature?
It's going to be Shadow Law.
Ooh, I don't think I have any bonuses on that, right?
No, you probably doesn't.
Cool, never mind.
Would anybody else like to make a roll?
I'll do Shadow Law.
Yeah. Excellent. Estelle did it. Oh, okay.
It's obviously a
Uh,
bear.
It's obviously a bear. The bear, and the maiden
What
fair.
is? This is why I use regular dice. I mean, I got a good roll, but jeez.
Estelle, you believe that these here in their hells are wargs. They are evil wolves. Wolves taken by corrupted agents of the shadow, and these wolves themselves are corrupted. Again, they even have their own speech, and some of them even speak Western, which is the common tongue. As broken and disgusting as it is. So, what is your little battle plan here? What's the idea? What are you doing?
Can we determine what direction from here that they may be coming from?
From your position as it is now,
Mhm.
you get a sense that coming from this way, potentially somewhere up this way, as well as this way.
Hmm.
If you want, you can give me a perception check.
Estelle's just trying to get cover if they're coming from any of the directions of these hills, and kind of hoping that, being wild animals, they'll kind of just come barreling in here, and we can either kind of catch them by surprise, even just a little bit.
Okay.
That's kind of my thoughts.
Yeah. Let me just. Oh, not this one. Thank you very much for showing up. That's much helpful. Right. So, you guys are all pretty spread out at the moment. I don't know if you actually know that.
Yeah, I'm seeing that here.
Yeah. Are you staying Are you staying mounted, or are you getting off your horses? Are you sending them away? What's the plan?
I'm gonna jump
Just
off
to
my
finalize
horse
everything.
and
Yeah.
then send it in the opposite direction of where the howls are coming from.
Okay. Yeah. You send
Maybe-
your horse running this way.
Maybe create a bit of a distraction.
Okay.
See, I was thinking maybe if we corral. Can I do the pointy thing? Yeah. If we kind of corral the horses maybe right over here, and then defend that little area on both sides, it gives the wargs only two directions to come at us, and then we can keep the horses safe.
Are you able to communicate that to us in time?
Hopefully.
You probably jump off the horse and about to slap its rump. And then Halbarad begins to tell you this. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'd say, whoa, slow down before you give your only form of travel a one-way ticket out of here. You wouldn't be wanting to walk the rest of the way.
Well, of
Here,
course
put your
not.
horses over here.
There was sound reasoning behind what I was doing, you know? And I'll just whistle for it to go that direction, probably speaking to it in. What's the elven tongue? Sindarin?
Sindarin is like the lesser elven tongue, and then Quenya is the higher elven tongue. You'll speak both of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Whereas
say.
the Dunedain will actually speak Quenya. Will speak Sindarin as well as like common speech.
Um, do I know that the Dunedain can speak Sindarin?
Yes.
Okay, then I will whistle for the horse, and I will just in Sindarin. Now get over that way, and point in the
Okay.
direction that he's motioning and slap its rump.
Rightio.
Yeah,
Give me
Got some educated horses.
give me a well, the elven horses pretty much are. So give me a animal handling at advantage.
Also, can I just say that like German shepherds understand German, like because that's what they grow up around.
I can believe that. I can totally believe that.
For sure.
17.
Yeah, your horse definitely understands that. So we'll have like all the horses are here in this little 4x4 square, right?
And I will run that direction.
And one pony.
One tiny little pit bull.
Uh,
An aggressive motherfucker.
yeah, a stubborn. And I can just do that as well. There you go. There are your horses. All corralled, ready for a nice buffet snack for these wargs. Did I say that out loud?
Yeah.
Um, okay, so how about you all click on your token and you roll initiative?
So, are we casting bets on how quickly they come over the rocks right there and eat the horses?
Yeah.
I sure hope they don't.
Do you have to pull up your sheet to do that, Kevin, or can you do it from your character?
I don't know. Like there are things you can do. I mean, you can right click on your character and say add turn, but I don't know if it rolls initiative for you or not. What I just always do is just select the token, go to my character sheet, press initiative, and then it rolls and adds it to the turn order.
Oh, that's a nat one.
Hey, Kevin, not to be a you, but I've noticed that my health is put as 45. Is that correct? Because I've got 40 on my character sheet that I made.
Did you roll your health?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Wait, no,
Okay.
no, no, no.
So
Wait, hold on. Let me check what I did.
yeah. I took the average.
Oh,
When
yeah,
I
that
was
makes sense.
yeah for it, but again, if you rolled and you got 40, then uh change it to 40. Or if you want to keep it at the average, you can keep it at the average. I'll let you
I'll keep it at the average because I'm not that much of a you.
off. Yeah, no, if I'm just going to build the character, then I'll just always take the average because it's easier to work out. So,
Okay, I got a nat 20 on initiative.
okay, nice.
Nice.
So Villy 7. Let's see, have you all been added? I've got 3 people. Oh yeah, I've got to add Ray.
I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. Okay, so you got 23. Okay. Send in. Nice. So, you all get yourselves ready as just as you get and stand in position, you hear off in this direction a howl very close by as GM overlay. Objects, tokens. You see padding up to this ledge here 2 packs of large wolves, but they aren't normal wolves. It's almost like their faces are starting to become somewhat take on the look of a more humanoid shape almost. Their muzzles are stumpier. Their brow a little bit more pronounced. You know, they haven't got human faces by no means, but they don't look like the long faces of a wolf or even a dog even. And as they come up, you can hear them on the wind, almost chattering to each other in some horrible tongue that you can't understand. As they do so, you hear another howl in this direction. As Halbarad probably can just see it padding up. DM overlay and do this and do this. Layer, token layer. Looking around the rocks, you see standing on the ledge this way, one extremely large wolf, warg, just here. And then over this way, you see another few more packs of these wargs. Now, these tokens, this one here and this one here, they actually represent 3 wargs at a time. So there's basically like 3 of them standing really close together, and they're kind of moving as a team sort of thing. And then off in this direction, you hear another howl, but they seem further off at this moment in time. Is there anything that you guys would like to do?
As these things come charging over the hills, I'm gonna
Yeah.
look a little taken aback by them, and then I will turn to Halibard and Billy and say, "Well, anything that I said about you can easily be proven wrong by now. I think I've seen something far worse."
Well, there's much worse in this world. You'll see that quickly. Just stand strong and be ready to defend yourself with your life.
Naturally. And
I
I'm
don't
gonna
see much difference.
do a little flourish with my sword. Scimitar, sorry.
Very pretty.
Okay.
Estelle is just watching and listening to what's going on and holding this sword in his hand and kind of with the other hand. He's got his other hand on the hilt of this other sword that's in his scabbard still, and he's kind of fidgeting with it a little bit, but hasn't pulled it yet. But he looks as if he's thinking this might be necessary in this fight.
Question.
Yes.
I noticed on my little attack sheet here, I have
Yeah.
2 different longswords.
Yeah.
Okay, just
That's
wanna-
because long swords are versatile, aren't they? So you can use them in one hand or 2 hands. Now, what I've done in this setting is change the longsword to differentiate it from a broadsword, because in Tolkien's works there aren't any great swords. So I've changed the longsword to kind of fit the one-handed mold as well as kind of a two-handed mold for a greatsword. So if you use a shield and the longsword, then it's a D10. If you use this longsword in 2 hands, then it's a D12.
Right. Well, I got a longsword and a raging longsword.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Okay, Tyler's not here, so Kevin's filling that role.
Someone's got to. I know Tyler will be proud of me for that one.
Tyler, are you watching?
So you are a slayer, Nathan. So that means you are effectively a barbarian with rage. So when you rage,
Gotcha.
you get bonus damage. So effectively, the raging longsword will be when you're raging, and then if you're not raging, it will be the other longsword.
Gotcha. Okay, so what exactly does raging do? Is that my battle fury?
Yeah, Battle Fury. You get 3 extra damage to your attacks, and you get resistance to slashing, bludgeoning, piercing.
Oh, beautiful. And it lasts for 1 minute.
Yeah, it's a bonus action to activate as well.
Perfect. Okay, gotcha. I am ready to murder.
Before we start the combat, the large warg in this direction, whoever's looking and listening hears him sniff. Flesh, elf flesh. Yes, feast, elf flesh. In a snarling, growling voice. It spoke the common tongue, the Western speech, and then it says something almost similar in some other guttural speech, most likely the warg speech. And you are first, Aurelian. What would you like to do?
When he hears him say elf flesh, he kind of just chuckles to himself. Well, aren't I just the most popular fellow here? And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Ah, perfect. Salted pasta, I hope you are ready for a follow. I narrow my eyes on this thing, and I just snarl back at it. Return to the nether realm from which you came, you vile creature. And I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery on it.
Okay. It's a save, right?
Yes.
Open the character sheets. Wisdom save, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Take it, put it on public. What is that? That is a fail. So, how much damage does it do? And will it have disadvantage on the next attack?
Yes. It looks like 4 points of psychic damage, I think.
4 points of psychic damage.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, indeed. It recoils in pain, and then howls out. What does it look like to the rest of the party as Aurelian steps forward, says these words? Aurelian, what does it look? Does anything else happen when you say these words?
I'm gonna be real anime and say that his hair kind of flares out and his eyes just shrink a little bit. Very much like
that
just
totally
anime.
happens.
Yes.
Yeah, that totally happens. If you remember in film 1 with Galadriel speaking to Frodo, and she's talking about being a goddess and being a
Yes.
queen, but to everyone else as well. Yeah, to everyone else as well, his voice seems to come from somewhere else. It seems to almost reverberate around everywhere, not as a loud noise, but it seems to come from the very air around you, in this harsh whisper, as the wolf recoils in pain and howls out. Anything else?
That's gonna be that's my action. So I do just kind of look to Halibird and smirk a little bit.
He would have a serious look on his face and say, that's a neat trick, but it's going to take a lot more than just some fancy words to get us out of this mess. Don't get yourself killed out there.
Do I look like I'm just made of fancy words?
Yes.
What is What is Villy's what is Villy's impression of this? I mean, your party were talking about elf sorcery right before you joined this group.
This shit looks weird as fuck. I am honest to God terrified right now.
Good.
Oh, I'm so scared.
I
so
feel like I'm on
scared.
those high tier elf mushrooms. I've just seen
You
some
and your
shit.
elf
I've been
mushrooms,
tripping.
man.
Yeah, you're just hearing stuff, not even seeing it yet.
Yeah, nothing even happened. I don't know why you're so freaked out.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words just melt my brain.
You guys don't even know. I've got 2 attacking spells, and they're basically the same thing. Like, I just poke at someone's brain.
Okay. So that was Aurelian. The wolf packs. This one here can move to. Okay, this one here is going to come bounding down around here, and he's going to run up to here. But it has used its action to dash, so it can't do anything. This group here is going to run up to the elf after what it just did something to the pack leader. He's going to run up to here like this. And then where can these groups get to? This group here can not quite make it there. So this group's going to make it to here, and then this group is going to make it to here like this. Who is up next? And that is their turn. Because they dash, they can't act. So next up is Halbarad. Give me a D4, please. First.
Who, me?
Yes, please.
That is a
Okay.
1.
Excellent, nice.
Good.
Your turn.
Albert is going to run up side by side with the elf. Well, before he's gonna do that, he's gonna yell over to Estel and say, "You got things taken care of over there? We're pretty swamped over on this side."
You just make sure you live through the battle. I'll be fine.
Then he is going to stand side by side with Aurelian, or Aurelian, or Reliant.
You just said that exactly the same.
And he's going to make the first move and swing his giant sword, well, his long sword, at two-handed at this whatever wolf is closest to him.
It's alright, every man thinks his sword's giant.
Except when you don't. When you put your sword against someone else's sword without them noticing at the urinal.
It's just long instead of giant.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
coming.
And that is an 18 to hit.
That is a hit indeed.
Nice.
Okay, let's roll the damage for you, and let me just reset that up. For 15 damage. Yeah, so like there are three wargs in this group here. They're large. They're larger than you. They're about the same size as the pony. The dwarf's been riding on.
There we go. And then I guess I get nothing else to. Oh, I get 2 attacks.
You do get
Right?
2 attacks. Yeah, you do get 2 attacks.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. 1 second, Nathan. Let me just set that up. Okay, go for it.
Gotcha. And then I'm gonna hit again. 13. No. 22.
22 to hit is a hit. 13, 13 kills one of these wargs. So, what does it look like as you hack into one of them and wound another one with your attacks?
Yeah, I think he runs up and swings up with his sword and just gets one in the neck. And as he kind of kicks that one off to the ground, he slams down and kind of slashes the next one along the shoulder on his downswing.
Yeah, cool. You think that this little pack of now 2 instead of 3 is probably going to be less effective at fighting as well now. Would you like to do anything else, Nathan? How about
I
it?
believe that's all I got. Let's see.
Okay.
Well, I guess there's reckless attack for next time. I should probably read some of this stuff. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done for my turn right now.
I mean, you didn't need reckless at all. You still hit, so that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so the alpha, the one that spoke, recoiling from the damage, it's gonna pounce down the cliffside here, and it's gonna come running up here to the flesh of the elf. But again, it's used all its movement, so that's its turn. Vili, it is your turn.
So what am I gonna do? Fuck it. I'm gonna go up to the big one.
All right.
And
Okay.
I'm gonna go and try and animal handle it, so I can start riding it.
Okay. Okay. You want to try and animal handle it? How do you plan on animal handling? Like, you describe how you were trying to do this.
Okay. So I thought I was gonna be trying to be smart, like kind of do a dodge to the left and then go to the right and then swing my foot over the top
Yeah.
of it to try and get a mount on it. Yeah, that went horribly wrong. I went to the left, it swiped my foot, and I fell down on my face.
um,
Quit playing around and just hit it, Billy.
yeah. You have cunning actions, so
Yeah, I'm gonna use a bonus action to kind of back away.
so as you try to do that, it swipes your leg and it's standing like over you as it snarls in your face and it just says, "Dwarf, toughy meat." And it's like spitting drool on you as it's trying to talk, and it's like tries to snap at you as you like do a little gambol out the way and back away.
Well, you don't have to say I'm tough, but that's a bit mean. I at least taste better than the elf.
Anything else you'd like to do?
Would I be able to equip my short bow instead of my short sword now? Or is that an action?
It's a free interaction to ready a weapon. But you can get your short bow out, but you're still holding your short sword. But that's okay because you can just sheathe your short sword next and then draw your bow. So I haven't got a problem with that. That's fine.
That's what I'll do then.
Yeah. Okay. Right, Estelle, it is your turn. You know what? I haven't done. Okay.
Give him
Alright.
hell.
Is this a group here?
Yeah. There's only one large wolf, which is about the same size as your horses, and that's the one that's been talking.
All right, I'm gonna. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, and that's the one that's been talking. This one right here. just north of Aurelian.
Estelle's gonna kind of take this sword he's been carrying, this very non-ornate, very nondescript sword, and he's gonna stab it point first into the ground and reach over to his side and grab this ornate, familiar-looking handle and rip this blade out. And I imagine because none of his allies are around, the special effect doesn't come into play yet. But he's just gonna take this this broken blade and swing at these wolves. And I've got 2 of those. Does it matter which one I'm using? I've got a 6 and an 8.
2 of what? Sorry.
I've got 2 of those swords on my sheet. I've got a +8 and a +6.
Have you not got a? Is one a dagger?
I've got a dagger, and then I've got the special one.
Okay. I can't remember why you've got the bottom one, so just use the top one.
That's a 27 to hit, 13 damage.
That is a hit, of course. To the one that you're with, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It doesn't kill one, but it gets one. Right at the top, at the base of the neck, and it's like really wounded. You get a second attack if you wish.
Yes. Fix that in a minute. Ooh, that's only a 10 to hit.
Okay. Just read. You should have a level 6 ability. Just read that for me quickly, or post it quickly.
Which one is that?
On the abilities on your left. Oh, sorry. On the right hand side of your sheet.
Got it. Yes.
It'll be down the bottom somewhere. It will have. Oh no, it won't be. Okay, 1 second. Let me just get it up myself. SL, because I know where to find it. It is. I think it might be this one. 14. At level 6, your time in the wild has taught you. When fighting in the wilderness, your first round of attacks in every combat has advantage. So you actually have advantage. So that is a hit, and yeah, that is a kill. So you do kill one of them with this attack.
I just imagine he takes this broken blade and just kind of, you see the like this the cinematic scene of this ward launching its face towards him to bite him. You know, it's going for his face, his chest area. He just kind of steps to the side and 2 quick jabs with this broken blade into the throat, rips it out, and then just stands to the side as it falls next to him, and readies for the next one.
Okay, cool. Is that everything?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I haven't missed anyone else, have I? Estelle is last. Aurelian, it is your turn. Coming back to you.
Seeing how this monster reacted to the last time I used a spell on him, I'll just kind of smile to myself, and I will do a gesture that maybe you guys know as being a high elf gesture, one of their spell casting rituals, and I will reach out into this monster's mind and use Mind Spike on him.
Again, the same sort of effect happens where Aurelian seems to grow and the surrounding seems to shrink around him as his voice seems to reverberate everywhere. Again, not loudly, but it seems to be in your mind, but not in your mind. It comes from a different place, it seems. Yeah, is that a save or is it a straight up attack?
No, it's a wisdom save.
Okay. It does not have advantage, so
It has
that's
disadvantage, right?
yeah. I mean, it fails anyway. So because the 9
Oh.
is the first one.
Never mind, it
Yeah.
has
So
disadvantage on the next attack roll.
okay, is that all Mind Spike does?
No, that was on Vicious Mockery. But Mind
Okay.
Spike, he takes 15 points of psychic damage, and I somehow have gained this new understanding of this creature to where if he ran off, then I would be able to know exactly where he is until the spell ends, even if he was hidden or invisible.
Yeah. You connect to it, and again, I feel it's very much like how Galadriel in the movie looks into the mind of the Fellowship to see their fears, and um, you see this wolf kind of shying and wincing away, and it says, "Elf sorcery," and it's panting heavily as blood is coming out of its nose and maybe out of its eyes at this moment in time. Um, does Aurelian? Is that an actual spell, by the way?
Yeah, it is. That's a level 2 spell.
Yeah, you've got to mark off then a hit dice or um, your inspiration.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I'll use my
Yeah,
inspiration.
yeah, it does cost, uh, and you can do that a number of times, equal to 1 plus your Constitution modifier. Okay.
Okay, so I just lose um like if I was taking a rest, I can't take that hit dice, right? Not that I lose hit points.
Yeah, yeah. No, you don't lose hit points. You've basically just lost one of your hit dice, so you've only got 5 hit
Oh,
dice now.
okay. I'll go ahead and take the hit dice then and hold on to my inspiration.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Does Aurelian do anything else?
He just kind of gives this wolf, or what do you call it? A warg. He gives
A
it
warg.
a wicked smile. Crawl back to your master.
Um,
And he just whispers that into its head.
yeah. You can see that the if it wasn't for like the other wargs around are quite perturbed by this and are quite frightened even at you potentially. Um, right. So the wild wolves. This one here is going to turn its attention on you, Halbarad. Um, wild wolf pack. It's gonna get advantage on the attack because of pack tactics. It's gonna make 1 bite instead of 2 bites. That's a 14, and I've got to make it public, which is going to miss, I believe. Albarad. Um,
Yeah, my
this
ace
one here
is
is
18.
Yeah, this one here is going to step into the gap here, and he's going to go after the elf sorcerer, Wild Wolfpack. It's going to get 2 attacks because it still has all 3 of its members in it. So 2 attacks with advantage because again all 3 members are there. So 23 to hit for 13. Aurelian.
Oh, he takes 13 damage.
He does take 13 damage, and he has to make a strength save or
Oh,
be
what I'm
knocked,
best at.
or be knocked prone.
13.
13. They get advantage anyway. So you aren't knocked prone, but you do take the 13 damage. And then, so one of these wargs jumps in from the one side, bites you. You stay on your feet, but another one comes in from the other side for another bite. For 20, that's a crit. Again, they have advantage because of pack tactics. So that is 19 damage on that attack there.
I can't figure out how to edit my thing in game, so I'm just going to. Oh, that's not good.
So what was that altogether? 19 and 13.
32
That's
damage.
32 damage. Ooh, okay. 17 left, right?
Let me double check.
8 and 5 is 13. Okay. You should be able to see each other's health bars, by the way, as well as the enemy health bars underneath. Okay, this pack here is going to jump through this gap and get to Villy the dwarf. And he's going to attack twice. Oh, wow. Villy, you take 18 damage on that bite. Make a strength save, please.
Yep. Fuck.
You are knocked prone. And then a 19 to hit.
Yep. That hits.
Wow, these guys are rolling extremely well. Yeah, I said Villy was expendable. I said everyone was expendable, right?
Not quite.
I thought Billy was
20
expendable.
You take 29 damage there. Luckily, you're pretty tough, right? As a dwarf on the Erebor.
Yeah.
Let's see how lucky Estelle is over here. Now, there's only 2 of them left, so they don't. This one doesn't get multi-attack. Only advantage.
How many of us are wearing red shirts?
It
It looks like at least
Aurelian
2.
and
Oh,
looks
in
like
my
a-
art I am.
yeah. But that's
You
a
are
hit
now.
on, that is a hit on Estelle. Wow, like these guys are like rolling like bosses. 8 damage on Estelle.
Got it. Got it.
And approaching down here, padding up to the cliffside here. Their damage, because I haven't changed their tokens yet. I'll do that in a bit. Are 2 more small packs, and they give a hell as all the rest hell. As they took some damage originally, but it seems that it seems that they maybe were scared, but they've recovered their resolve somewhat. And Halbarad, it is your turn.
Seeing the bullshittery going on right next to me.
I pressed the
he's-
GM button that makes me roll crits. I'm sorry.
So, Halberd would look to his side and see just everyone is on the fucking ground, aside from my boy Estel.
Yeah.
And he would say, he wouldn't know what to say, but he's pissed that he has to do all the heavy lifting around here.
Today is not a good day to die.
It is not.
But it is not this
so-
day.
He is going to rage
Yeah.
and swing his longsword at this group of wolves that he has been fighting, or wards that he's been
Yeah.
fighting. 24 to hit, 12 slashing damage.
Yeah. Okay. You kill another one, so there is only one left now.
Gotcha. And then for my second attack, I want to attack the chonky boy here.
Okay.
And we're gonna do another. What exactly is reckless attack? I don't play barbarian.
It gives you advantage on your attack. But so you attack with advantage, but
Mm-hmm.
everyone will attack you with advantage.
Mm,
But you also have the highest armor class as well as the highest hit
that's
points
true.
and resistance.
Yeah.
That's the payoff for for reckless attack. So
Right. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna reckless attack. Big boy here,
yeah, okay.
and let's. Is that a crit?
That is a crit indeed for 19 damage on the big boy. Uh,
Mm,
yeah, he's starting to gloat, seeing the sorcerer badly chomped on. And then from the side, you just hack into his flank.
Yeah, and I would just yell at the other two, to get up. Now's not the time to be playing around with silly magic and whatever else the dwarf's doing. Um, and yeah, I guess that's my turn because I'm standing where I am, unless Estelle has any issues down there.
I think he's fine.
Yeah.
You ain't gotta worry
Um,
about me. I only took 8.
um,
Boy.
the wolf alpha is again was getting pretty scared there. But seeing his wolf pack come in and give him some support, it's bolstered his own morale. He's going to try and take a chomp out of the wolf on the floor. The sorcerer, not on the floor. The elf. Um, is it a disadvantage?
Yeah.
Yeah, disadvantage. 11 misses
Sure
and
does.
9 misses.
Yeah.
Your elven agility manages to dance out the way instinctively. How's Aurelian feeling facing again? This wolf is like the size of a horse, and the others are not much smaller, and you are hurt.
He's definitely hurting, but he seems more annoyed and inconvenienced than having realized that he may be a little out of his element. And he sees this warg just chomping at him, and he just twirls out of the way. You've already done enough damage to this rogue, haven't you?
Villy, you are prone on the floor. You can get up. It will use half your movement.
Yeah, I'll get up. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but
You are holding your short sword and your short bow. Um, just to remind you, this pack is within 5 feet of Aurelian,
yeah,
so that would grant you sneak attack. In case you're not used to playing rogues or treasure
yeah. It's
hunters.
the first time. I'm not gonna bother with the short bow and just use the short sword on
Yep.
this guy.
Yep. Okay.
Dun, dun. That's not working. That's not good.
Um, are you
There we go.
clicking on the? Yeah, I say, are you? Uh, unfortunately, I don't think an 11 hits. It does not hit. You do start with inspiration if you wish.
I am going to use my inspiration.
Okay. Just you will have to re-roll it because you already know that the second one's going to hit. So just re-roll it again.
Yep.
24 does hit for 16 damage on this one. It doesn't kill one of the wolves, but it does severely injure the wolf. There are still 3 of them left, however. What else would you like to do? You've got cunning actions you can do.
Um, can I disengage with cunning action? Is that a
You
thing?
can, yeah. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Yeah, you have used half of your movement to stand up, however. So you only literally have, I'll give you 15 feet to move, so you can move 15 feet.
5, 10, 15. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, okay. Um, right, yeah, and that's your turn. Estelle, it is your turn.
I would like to use my action to disengage. Is that possible?
You can use your action to disengage, yeah.
Okay, and I want to move here.
Okay.
That should put me. I think. I think really just moved out of the range. No, still within range. Okay,
Yeah, that's fine.
so I'm gonna move here, and I am going to raise this broken sword, and you'd see flash of runes engraved in it. It's not that long. It's broken to a point, and he raises it up as as high as he can, and at the top of this voice, I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir of Isildur, last descendant of Elendil, High King of Arnor and Gondor, and you will die this day. And everyone within 10 feet of me gets 1d6 HP back. Am I supposed to roll that?
Um, everyone could roll it individually if they like. Is it temporary hit points?
It just says recovers 1d6 plus your charisma modifier in hit points.
Oh, okay then. Yeah. What? Plus your modifier.
My charisma is 1.
One. Okay. So.
So 1d6 plus 1 for everybody.
Yeah. So Aurelian gets 4 hit points back.
And then I believe everyone in this middle area, except for these guys over here, need to make a save at this point. Or
what's
be
the
frightened? It
what's-
is
what's-
a wisdom
the
save,
range?
16. It's 10
what's
feet.
the 10 feet? Okay. So this one first, then this one, then this one. Okay. Let's wisdom save fails. This one now, wisdom save fails, and then the alpha wisdom save passes, unfortunately. So this one fails, and this one fails.
They are frightened for 1 minute.
Yeah.
A creature must spend its turn trying to move as far away from me as possible, and it cannot willingly move to a space within 30 feet. I'm assuming it says it can't take actions, but the page you sent me cuts off, so I'm not sure what it says after that.
Okay. Yeah. So the it has to use its action to move away. Does it say?
Yes.
Yeah. Excellent. Okay. So did you all roll So, Villy, you can roll 1d4, 1d6 plus 1. 5. You get 6 hit points back, Villy.
Whew.
Aurelian, it is your turn.
I kind of noticed the paltry amount of hit points I get back. And I would normally say something if it was anyone else. Estelle's my bud. I won't say anything, but I give him a kind of sarcastic nod in his direction. And then I will, let's see. I'm still looking pretty bad. I'm going to just duck behind, let's see. I will duck behind Halibord and be like, well, this fight isn't going exactly as planned, and I will use my hands of healing to heal myself a little bit.
Is that an action to do so?
It
Because-
doesn't say, but I believe so.
Yeah, moving away from this wolf is going to provoke an opportunity attack.
No, I'm not. I'm not literally moving. I'm just saying like that's
Okay.
flavor text, really.
Yeah, no, that's cool then. That's cool then. That's fine.
And that's not my hit dice, right? It's my healing dice.
Yeah, it should be.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do 2 of my healing dice then.
Okay.
And I'll get a crit on both of those.
Does that add? That's got to add your modifier as well, right? Is it your wisdom modifier or something?
Oh yeah, plus my wisdom modifier,
Yeah, that's sweet.
which is plus
amount.
1. Sweet
Yeah.
plus 1.
What does it look like? How do you heal using this ability?
Well, unfortunately, this isn't an elven thing, so you kind of see him just grumble to himself as he pulls out some herbs and some bandages and pours it over himself, kind of rolling his eyes as he has to do it.
A ready-made poultice.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. The wolf pack's turn. Okay. This pack here, it uses its action to disengage, and then it runs 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, like this. This one uses its action and moves 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Like that. Like that. This one here is going to run into here, though. Seeing it, Estelle now scare the others, it's going to run in and attack him with pack tactics and multi-attack. Missing and hitting for 8 piercing damage on Estelle. This one, now unfortunately being left with tough dwarf meat, he's going to run up and have a chomp on Villy the dwarf. There is only 2, so it's only 1 attack, it's advantage. But that's 11 damage to Villy the dwarf. As one of them distracts you as the other one jumps in and takes a chomp.
Nice.
I'm just going to detach this CAD sheet and put this back to how far can this one get? Right, this one down here is going to jump down. It's a pretty high cliff that side. He's going to get to here. These guys are going to jump down and they're going to get to here. That is their turn, even dashing. Next up is Halbarad. It is your turn. You've just seen Estelle do something that he maybe not so wise to do, but it certainly helped a big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there might even be a welling of pride and duty that comes over you as well.
Yeah, on one hand, like realistically, I'm not mad at him. I'm just a little disappointed that he would do such a thing at such a time. But now's not the time to deal with that. How's this alpha warg looking?
You should be able to see his health bar underneath his token. Yeah, you should be able to.
So he's under half.
Oh yeah, he's about a third.
Oh, gotcha. So what I'm gonna do is, can I make 2 reckless attacks? Is that a thing that I can
Yeah,
do? Oh, sweet.
once you make one, you might as well just make you'll make
Yeah,
all of
just
them at rest.
might as well just make them all. Yeah,
Yeah.
sweet. So I'll do as many reckless attacks as I can in the attempt to lop off this alpha warg's head.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's 16.
A 16 does hit. It is the raging, right? Ah, some sad damage, unfortunately. But you don't do enough to lop off his head, but
Sure.
it is hurting.
What about that one?
The crit is the right time to lop off its head. So you describe it.
Yeah. So as because he's still kind of chomping at he's still chomping at Aurelion, right?
Yeah, trying to chomp at Aurelion.
Yeah, so I see him kind of going for another swipe, kind of as he's trying to use his medicine, and I go over and I slice the back of his front leg that's closest to
Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
and as he drops down, I like execution style straight down, and his head is not on his body anymore. And I scream a powerful, blood-curdling war cry.
Yeah, you probably hearing him reveal the ancestry, you probably scream a common Dunedain war cry, which is Elendil, Elendil.
Yeah.
As it cleaves this giant this warg's head off cleanly, as it gets reduced to
And
definitely 0 hit points. It gets reduced to death. That's what it gets reduced to.
gets reduced to death. I like that.
And I
And
hate
then
it
I
when
can
I'm
move
reduced to
afterwards,
death.
right? Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah,
So messy.
you still get a move action if you wish.
Yeah, I think my move action, I'm gonna drop down over here and start helping out my my newfound bard dwarf buddy.
Yeah.
He goes, I need you alive so I can hear that beautiful music you play.
The warg alpha is dead. Vili, it is your turn.
I'ma slash these motherfuckers in the face. Does a 23 hit?
A 23 does hit. For 23 damage as well, is that?
Yes.
Then for nice. You kill one of them for certain, like super dead. One of them. The other one is like wounded as well from it. Like the fury of the dwarves coming out. And its morale looks broken.
It's like, yeah, fuck off.
Anything else? Yeah. Anything else you'd like to do?
No, that's it. It is just basking in its glory of killing this one wolf.
Okay.
Warg eating.
Yeah. Estelle, or shall we call you Aragorn now?
I'm just gonna start.
Nathan is muted, like forever.
What?
Oh, is he dead? Like the wolf? Warg.
No, Derek muted him.
Derek.
Oh,
Oh, Derek.
Derek's
Wait,
like,
no.
I can't be here, so no one can have fun.
So you guys can't hear me at all.
We can hear you now.
There we go.
What a jerk. I mean, what a
Fucking
great
Derek.
DM. So fantastic.
You know, your
Right.
other mod wouldn't do that. Smiles.
yeah.
I didn't even take his mod status away. Just
How'd that
muted
go
him.
away?
I just muted him for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, and it took it away.
I'm
Give
going
me the
to
mod status.
I'm gonna lay into these
No.
wolves here.
I'm the only mod. I want to have that power over
Ooh,
Derek.
that's an 11.
That's an 11. You want to use any inspiration on that?
Yeah, I'll use my one inspiration. 16 do better.
16 does do better.
15 damage.
Yeah, it doesn't kill, but severely wounds one of them.
And I will take my second attack on the same one. That's a crit.
And the same amount of damage, sadly.
Of course.
Uh,
Womp
but that does kill one of them, however. Yeah, that wounds that one.
I just think it's kind of the same thing, except I'll duck under this bite and kind of just jab straight up into the throat and then back out, and it's just gush and viscera.
Yeah, it's dead. They're trying to snap together and get advantage over one another, and that's what gives you the opening with that one. Again, you've been taught well by Elrond's sons on exactly how to deal with things like this, so that works pretty well. Should be the last round of combat, I think, now, and then that will do us for the night. So we'll just wrap this one up. Aurelian.
Okay, I'm actually gonna attack instead of just doing cool stuff. I will come up to these guys here, and I will flash my scimitar and do almost like a dance, like as I swish my scimitar through these wolves. Let's see, that's 2d8 plus 3. Oh, if I hit, rather.
Yep. I mean, you can roll off your character sheet because it is there if you wish. So
I know, I'll figure it out one day. That's a 15 to hit.
15 to hit. 15 does hit.
Okay. That's for 10 slashing damage.
10 slashing damage. And you do manage to kill one more of these wargs. Exactly, it kills him exactly.
Unlike you guys who were just going for the visceral, Aurelian just steps up and he very precisely just slashes at these places that he knows where vitals are at, and just very cleanly kills these wargs. This warg.
Yeah. There's two in front of you, and two more quickly approaching. Let me just unattach these. So that. Okay. Is that your turn, Aurelian?
Yeah. Also, I don't know if it matters much, Nathan. The layout was a little weird. Okay, you didn't respond. Yeah, with me criticizing Nathan, that ends my turn.
This wolf here, the sole surviving warg, is actually going to disengage and move 5, 10, 15, and he's going to run past here 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, and just start running off. This one here is going to do the same. Go disengage in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Oh, he's got some more movement. 45, 50. These two here are looking very uncertain as one half has run off that way and the other half's run off this way. So it's going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30, 35, 40. And it's going to move an awful lot and just run away this way. And then this one's going to run off this way, yelping. Again, they'll stop at some point, turn and look back. These guys are petrified of Aragorn, the Dunedain, so they're going to run off that way. Halbarad, your turn.
So seeing that everyone is running away here, you would take a moment and look over at Vivi, and you just check on him. Say, "How you holding up? You took quite a beating over there."
Has Villy died? A
No.
great version of Gimli.
Oh. In my own world there. Oh. I should have taught those wolves a lesson.
Can I interrupt for just a second? Did you guys notice what Derek changed our names to?
Nope.
Nathan, can you screen share that? It's great.
No, I was too busy kicking ass.
Lies. You looked as worse as the wogs.
That's just lies. We don't share lies here.
Only the truths.
Fake news.
And then he just leaves Kevin alone because Kevin is his sweet baby. Never mind.
Everyone gets it.
Yeah, Halibard would look at Vivi and then over at Aurelion, and he'd look at you guys and be like, "Well, good thing you decided to take us along as guides. You would have been dead out here without us."
Like, you're the one who caused this trouble. I was fine before you showed up.
You were getting pushed out by your own group.
I'm going to ignore you and turn to Estelle and just kind of give him a genuinely surprised look as he truly understands everything that's happening. So am I to assume this is why Elrond took you in?
Kevin, did Elrond know?
Oh, Elrond 100% knew. You, Aurelian and Estelle, the Elrond's brother was the first king of Numenor, and obviously Elendil was the descendant of the first king of Numenor, and so Aragorn is the descendant of the first king of Numenor, who was Elrond's brother. So he's like a long lost great uncle.
Yeah. Uncle Ellie took me in. Sorry, I had to.
You know,
Yeah.
there were so many elves who thought you were just the product of an affair. There were lots of whispers of it. I contributed to some of those whispers, mind you, but this was nothing we could have predicted.
Yeah, I wasn't told until about a year ago myself.
I'm supposing that's why you left.
Just before I left. That's why I'm following this old man around, trying to learn what I can.
And you
Like
learned well
he's
so
only
far
like
from what I
10
can
years
tell.
older than you.
That's a long time in half human kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, Villy, did you want to take an action at all as you was up next?
He's just gonna sit down and start playing his bagpipes. He
Well,
Yeah.
that isn't the best way to cap off this amazing day.
We will come out of initiative then, and we will drop back onto this for now. Oh, zoom out a little bit as well.
Good thing you got that fixed just in time to use a different screen.
Yeah, and it's broke again. We're going back to the map screen. Oh, nope, it's broke too.
He's got to zoom. He's got to zoom out. Yeah. So as
Oh,
Oh
that's
no,
better.
it's worse.
as the wargs turn and run, fleeing from the sorcerer, the violent Dunedain, and the king of the enemy. You guys are able to take a breather for a sec to take in, listen to some bagpipes of victory.
bad
With the
pipes. I
village.
rolled a 19.
Yeah, our bagpipes of victory. And you can, if you wish, take a short rest, or you can. What would you like to do? But we shall leave it there for this evening. I believe we can pick back up on the 27th in 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, sometime in the future.
At some point, we will reconvene this council.
Yeah, when Derek's going to
Eventually.
play Gin Rummy instead.
Bingo.
Bingo. Thank you very much, everyone, for playing with me tonight, and that's what she said.
If only we had Tyler here.
And
Oh,
thank
man.
you, everyone who tuned in to listen. Shall hand you over to Nathan shortly, but I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoying the story and the characters and the story that the characters are actually building. We had an excellent reveal with Nathan's character as we continue to discover more about the story that we have. Thank you very much, and over to you, OG Nathan.
I had a ton of fun. Anybody have any parting remarks before we do our sign off?
I would like to say that this is the first time. This is my first experience with the Lord of the Rings world. I haven't watched any of the movies, never read any of the books, and so far,
He said that
I
at
know
the
it's
beginning.
blasphemy.
I totally assumed he was just talking about the books. That he just misspoke and admit he hadn't read the books.
Spoiler
Oh yeah,
alert.
no,
Planning for his girlfriend.
Aragorn is played by Dathan, actually.
yeah.
I
But this
didn't
is a
want to
really
spoil it,
cool
but
game. I enjoyed it. You can tell I liked how the vibe of this was noticeably a little more grittier and than I was expecting, and I like kind of how the world's forming around me. So I'm having a lot of fun. Thank y'all.
Yeah, this is my first experience with the game. I've never read the books. I've seen the movies 5 million times. Can almost quote them while watching them. But Kevin, thank you very much. for running it for us. It's a lot of fun. I can't wait to play more. I think Derek said we got maybe a couple of months of Curse of Strahd left, and then I think this is our plan after that, at least for every other week until Kevin. Well, I won't say until Kevin finishes the other game because I don't know how long it's going and how long it'll last. But I think this is our plan to do every other week after we finish Curse of Strahd, and I'm gonna look into a few things to fix this whole camera craziness, but we'll get there. That being said, unless anybody else has any parting remarks, if you want to stick around after the break screens or the end screens thrown up, we're gonna raid the Jarl of Goats. They're playing their D&D campaign, Death of Deities. So we're gonna raid them after we do the end screen. Anybody
Kevin
else?
broke the thing. Or Derek broke the thing.
No.
Here.
Derek broke the thing.
Derek, what do you want?
God.
Tyler,
Alright, I'm ending now. See you in another dimension.